military equipment. Wow. First time seeing military equipment coming through here. Grants, New Mexico. Look at all that military equipment. Wow. First time seeing military equipment coming through here. Grants, New Mexico.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you're having a good Sunday. How's it going, Cold War Prepper? Good to see you, Cold War Prepper. Thanks to all the mods for showing up. Yeah, Culinary 2024. That's right, Culinary 2024. So we have a lot of breaking news to cover.
Look at all that military equipment.
So I have this video that was sent to me by a subscriber. This is coming out of New Mexico. And you can see a massive amount of U.S. military equipment.
First time seeing military equipment coming through here.
And this person has never seen this kind of movement of military equipment in their area before. So you can just see in this one short clip, literally just 1 minute video, you can see hundreds of military vehicles of various types, joint tactical vehicles, the looks like potentially some armored transport vehicles, potentially some Bradleys. I mean, this is just insane. So I want to just update you guys with some of the latest news that I have. And I'm just going to give it a couple minutes here, wait for everybody to show up, wait for the notifications to go out to everyone.
Look at all that military equipment.
Culinary 2024. Yeah, Culinary 2024. That's right.
Wow.
Culinary for president. That's right. I'm going to be making some culinary t-shirts, by the way.
First time seeing military
Mud and Munitions, good to see you. I wanted to give you guys a quick update on something that I'm going to be doing related to culinary. So I'm actually going to be putting out a Freedom of Information Act request to the U.S. Department of Defense because I want to know what happened Wednesday night into Thursday morning. You know, all those emergency action messages, which were actually not emergency action messages. They sounded like arming codes for our missiles, potentially. And I'm going to play some clips from Wednesday night for you guys so you can hear them again. But if you want to rewatch the stream, I still have the stream up. I'm going to keep it up. If you guys want to relive that moment, you know, and you want to maybe further analyze what was going on, you can rewatch it. I'm going to leave it up. But I will be sending a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act request to the U.S. Department of Defense Strategic Command. I want to know why our military was broadcasting nuclear attack options for 8 hours straight. I want to know. They may not tell me. They may say it's classified, or maybe they're going to give me some little nugget of information, some little clue. Maybe they're going to confirm if it was a training exercise or not. But I'm going to be sending a FOIA request to the Strategic Command. So cross your fingers, and we'll see what they say about that. Steph, the Army vet, what's going on? Steve Quayle says the damage in Israel is worse than we are being told. Yeah, I think that the damage is worse than we're being told for sure. Bambi says Greg sounds fresh and rested. Yeah, I'm pretty fresh. I'm not 100% fresh, but I'm like 80%, I would say. I'm still a little bit kind of worn out, and my voice is a little bit achy because I was talking for like 2 days nonstop. So my voice was a little achy, but yeah, Steve Quayle is a good guy. He shouts me out a lot, and he's got some good information on his website, and he makes some various appearances on different YouTube channels, and he goes on Hagman channel, and obviously Coast to Coast AM. But yeah, Steve Quayle's got a lot of good information on his website, stevequayle.com. But yeah, I believe that the damage is definitely worse than we're being told. I think there's a lot that we're not being told about because they want to minimize, panic and keep the stock market going strong. If everybody suddenly found out that there was like this massive damage to Israel, people would panic, and there's a lot of weird stuff with the whole situation in Iran. We still haven't been told a lot of information about what happened with this Israeli strike on Iran. I mean, we still are missing a lot of details about what happened. We have some very limited information that, Israel launched a couple of missiles at one airfield. Now we're hearing that the missiles that they launched were duds, apparently. But we do know that Israel did hit this airfield that was just a few miles away from the Isfahan nuclear facility, which I showed you guys on my live streams last week where that nuclear facility is. So at minimum, Israel was trying to show Iran that they could strike their nuclear facilities if they choose. And apparently they took out the air defense for all of that area around Isfahan where the nuclear facility is, okay? So, that's a huge warning to Iran. And I think next time, if Iran screws around, next time that facility is going to be reduced to a pile of dust, okay? Israel does have the capability to strike Iran's nuclear facilities by themselves. They may not be able to strike a lot of the underground ones as good as the U.S. could, but Israel could still do a lot of damage if they choose. They have a lot of firepower, and Israel also has nuclear weapons. That's another thing we need to keep in mind, is with the war between Iran and Israel now, we're basically in like a soft war between Israel and Iran, okay? And Israel has nuclear weapons. If Netanyahu feels like he's being backed into a corner for whatever reason, he's going to use nukes. If, let's say, the Biden administration doesn't provide proper support to Israel and Israel starts getting attacked from all sides, Netanyahu's not going to let Israel turn into, Ukraine. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound, like disrespectful to Ukraine, but he's not going to allow Israel to become bombarded, by Hezbollah, by Iran. He's not going to allow that, okay? And if Iran significantly escalates against Israel, Israel will use nuclear weapons against Iran. They have Jericho missiles that can reach as far as Moscow, even further than Moscow. Their latest version of the Jericho missile has a 4,000-mile range, which basically allows Israel to strike all of Western Russia all the way up to the Russian Arctic if they want. They have the Popeye missiles, which are submarine-launched cruise missiles that are potentially nuclear capable. They also have F-35s and F-15s specifically for nuclear strike missions. And they have some type of gravity nuclear bomb as well. So a lot of experts believe that Israel has as many as 400 nuclear warheads. Okay, Israel's nuclear program started back in the 50s, actually. It was the French who provided Israel with a lot of their nuclear material, and also the French helped with the nuclear testing, because Israel's not really in a good position to they're geographically not in a good location to test nukes. So when Israel was developing their nukes, they actually gave them to the French so the French could test them for the Israelis. That was back in the 60s when, ocean testing was still legal. So Israel has nuclear weapons, guys, okay? Don't forget that. All right, and they're not afraid to use it. Netanyahu's not afraid to use nukes. If he gets backed into a corner, he's going to use nukes, okay? And then potentially Russia could get involved and things could spiral out of control. Russia could then say, well, we're going to nuke Ukraine now, or we're going to nuke, Poland or something. So this whole situation, the media is trying to make it seem like everything is okay. Disaster was averted, that everything has cooled off, that Israel just did like this limited strike just to save face. But I don't think that's the case, guys. I think there's still a lot going on behind the scenes, okay? So, and, all these different war fronts around the world, I mean, they can flare up at any time, So, you just have to keep preparing, stay alert, don't slack off on your prepping. I have the emergency action messages now in the background, so if there's any emergency action messages broadcasted, we'll hear them. It's been actually pretty quiet today, so as of right now, it's actually pretty quiet. We haven't heard a lot of emergency action messages for a few hours. There was a small flurry of emergency action messages earlier, but it's really quieted down now, and there's nothing going on as far as nuclear attack options go. Watchwoman65, yeah, she shouted me out. She also sent me an email. So Watchwoman65, thank you very much for all your kind words. I really appreciate it, and I know she's shouted me out a lot before, so thank you very much, Watchwoman65. I appreciate that. Also, Lewis from Grand Supreme News, he also shouts me out a lot. He's a good guy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we have really good mods here. I'm very blessed to have all the mods here. They do a really good job. Sometimes they make mistakes. Nobody's perfect, mods are human beings. I know some of you guys send me emails that you got timed out or something and you didn't really say anything bad. Sometimes when the chat is moving fast, people may accidentally time you out. It's just, unfortunate, but it happens. So don't take it personally. My mods, they do the best that they can. I know that they do the best they can. And sometimes human beings, they make mistakes, and I'll always back up my mods 100%. They always have I always have their back, and they always have mine. What's going on, Roaming Prepper? Good to see you. So yeah, we have this video sent to me by a subscriber. You can see all this equipment heading out, and it's not just this video alone that had me concerned. Because military, movements, they happen all the time. The military's always moving stuff around. But in addition to this, we got news yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, that the Wisconsin National Guard is going to be deploying an entire infantry brigade to Europe. The 32nd Infantry Brigade is going to be going to Europe, and the 32nd Infantry Brigade is basically like a full brigade combat team. It has infantry, it has tanks, it has artillery, it has sustainment, you know, like logistics and food and supplies. It also has CBRN, okay, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear. And how do I know this? Well, a sergeant in the Wisconsin National Guard actually emailed me and told me this directly, okay, that the 32nd Infantry Brigade from the Wisconsin National Guard, known as the Red Arrow, is going to be going to Europe. And they actually I think they just completed some training in Louisiana. And what's interesting, and I'll try to pull up some pictures for you, but they were training in Louisiana, and the area of Louisiana that they were training in is like forested, but the forests in Louisiana, believe it or not, they kind of look similar to the forests in like Poland or the Baltics or Belarus, Eastern European forests. You know, the forests in Eastern Europe, there's a lot of like pine trees. And so I think what they were trying to do, I could be wrong, I think they were trying to train in an area that kind of replicates the terrain in Eastern Europe, you know, because Louisiana's flat and they have those pine forests just like in Eastern Europe, although Eastern Europe it's a lot colder, but similar kind of forest with the pine trees and everything. It kind of simulates the terrain over there. And I also heard from my source, the sergeant in the Wisconsin National Guard, told me that they were also going to be doing urban and trench warfare. Okay, so that's kind of suspicious if they're doing urban and trench warfare before going to Europe. You know, that's pretty suspicious. But we also had this unusual broadcast on one of the frequencies here. I want to play it for you. Here's another video of some military equipment being moved here in the U.S. This is coming out of New York City. You can see these, looks like Ospreys flying over. You can see the World Trade Center there, One World Trade, and you can see those Ospreys flying over. And, you know, that's not really too common to see Ospreys flying over New York City. You know, it's not really that common because there's not a lot of, like, Navy bases in New York. There's not even a lot of, I mean, really, New York, just their big base is Fort Drum, which is all the way up north near Canada and Watertown. That's like the main base in New York. Otherwise, New York is not really like a heavy militarized state, you know. And so Ospreys flying over New York City is pretty unusual. And so, you know, and I've been getting tons and tons of videos from people from all over the country. I mean, we could spend a whole hour going through all these videos I've gotten just in the last few days and then over the last few months. People just sending me so many videos about military moving in their area. I'm also hearing rumors, and I can't confirm this 100%, but another person reached out to me from the military, a viewer that's actually active duty, who told me that recruitment in the military is so low that the military is considering bringing back mandatory military service or possibly a draft. So because the military is just not popular anymore, you know, nobody's joining the military anymore. It's just not that interesting to people. You know, it's people these days are interested in, you know, different things. You know, people don't necessarily want to sacrifice like that anymore. So our country could potentially bring back mandatory military service, especially with everything going on overseas, you know, in the Middle East and in Europe. We may have to do that, you know, especially if something breaks out in Europe. We're going to have to potentially do a draft, you know, if there's a big land war in Europe between Russia and the European countries, we're going to have to bring back the draft, you know. So just keep that in mind. there's a lot of indications that Russia and Belarus are planning an attack on Europe, that they could attack Belarus. They could attack Lithuania from Belarus. I've been talking about that for weeks now, so we have to continue to monitor that in addition to everything that's going on in the Middle East. Okay, because the media, they kind of hyper focus on one region to the next region, and they do that because they're just looking for ratings, for what gets the most views. So they jump from one story to the next. It's, this week it's Iran strike Israel, and then next week it's, Ukraine and Russia, but they fail to put all the pieces together and look at it from a bigger picture. They're just kind of hyper focusing on these events, but it's all related. Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, all these countries are all working together. And my biggest concern is that, we could see potentially a strike on multi fronts at the same time. Like, what if they coordinate together and they launch some kind of big attack on all fronts at the same time? Like Russia launches a big offensive against Ukraine, and then at the same time Belarus attacks Lithuania, and then at the same time Iran and its proxies start firing missiles at Israel, and then at the same time maybe North Korea starts launching rockets into South Korea. And maybe at the same time, China starts attacking Taiwan, and it just all pops off at the same time. And then at the same time, sleeper cells attack here in the U.S., sleeper cells that are pouring in through the border every single day, thousands and thousands of sleeper cells infiltrating our country from Mexico. They all get activated, and they start going around and doing all kinds of things, blowing up substations, crashing, moving trucks into critical infrastructure, and then also China has, back doors into everything now. Okay, their hacking teams have back doors into all of our critical infrastructure. This was actually confirmed a few months ago by the, I think it was either DHS or it was the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence. He said that China basically has critical back doors into all of our critical infrastructure. A back door literally means that they basically have created covert connections that it's like, imagine like you log into your bank account, okay? You log into your bank account to see what your balances are, okay? That's like the equivalent of what China can do to our critical infrastructure. They can literally log into, power plants and oil pipelines and all, nuclear power plants. They can literally log into them and mess with all of the machinery, okay? They can overload things. They can, mess with everything and cause things to fail and stuff. So, all of this could happen simultaneously, which would be like a perfect storm. But, we need to be on high alert now. We can't lower our guard because it's only going to get worse and worse as time goes on. It's not going to get any better. Because we're living in the end times, we're living in the end times. It doesn't mean the world is going to end tomorrow. Doesn't mean the world is going to end next year. But we are living in the end times, and we're living in the time of sorrows. Wars and rumors of wars, earthquakes in diverse places, and as we progress closer and closer to the return of Jesus Christ, we're going to see more volcanoes erupting, more earthquakes, stronger earthquakes, more wars, more bloody wars, famines, diseases. I mean, all kinds of diseases that we've never heard of are going to start popping up, okay, which we've already seen in the last couple of years. I mean, you guys remember a couple of years ago what happened, okay? I can't say the word, but you know what I'm talking about, and that's just the beginning. Okay, there's all these exotic, bioweapons that different countries are working on. like North Korea. We know now that North Korea has a very sophisticated bioweapons program, that they've had a very sophisticated bioweapons program for years. Okay, and they're working on all kinds of stuff. Smallpox. Okay, that's confirmed, guys. North Korea is working on smallpox. Okay, they're making bioweapons with smallpox and anthrax and all kinds of chimera viruses, which chimera viruses are like, mixing two viruses together, like genetically engineering them. Okay, this is North Korea we're talking about. Okay, imagine what China's doing. Imagine what Russia's doing. Okay, imagine what we're doing here. Imagine what kind of nasty chimera viruses we've cooked up here in labs. And we know that Russia, for example, has Ebola pox. Ebola pox is literally a chimera virus of Ebola and smallpox put together. Okay, could you imagine if that leaked out of a Russian lab by accident? I mean, that would be catastrophic. Okay, you're talking about a virus that is as contagious as smallpox, but as deadly as Ebola, which Ebola has, I think, like at least a 50% mortality rate. And smallpox just spreads like wildfire. And they've managed to put those two viruses together into like the perfect virus. So there's just a lot of stuff going on. Anything going on with troops at the Belarus-Poland border? Yeah, I'll address that in a few minutes here. Yes, I'm going to cover Belarus. So I'm going to cover Belarus, and let me just go through some headlines here. What's going on? Earth Angel Anna, Ross Niderman says Disease X. Yeah, they've already said Disease X. They've already talked about it. They've already gave us the clue. So we have some interesting news tomorrow. Apparently Israel is going to be conducting a ritual sacrifice of the red heifer cow. And if they do this sacrifice, that would fulfill end times Bible prophecy, which could mean that the third temple will be built soon, because the Bible says that after the red heifer is sacrificed, the third temple gets built, and then after the third temple gets built, that's when the tribulation starts. It doesn't start when the third temple's built, but tribulation happens when the third temple is already built. Okay, so we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens. But what's interesting is that last week when Iran launched the missiles at Israel, they almost hit the temple. They almost hit the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is now the temple. Okay, the Muslims built a mosque on top of the temple. Okay, they call it the Al-Aqsa Mosque, but so that's like the second temple, right? They actually launched missiles towards Jerusalem last week, and I was showing you guys the footage. I'll try to find it, the video footage of the Iranian missiles being intercepted right over the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the second temple, okay, the Temple Mount. I mean, there's literally video, you can easily find it, of missiles being intercepted right over the Dome of the Rock, okay? And, what if, let's say, the tensions right now with Israel and Iran, what if, let's say, it gets to the point where Iran launches missiles at the Dome of the Rock and destroys it, and then Israel is forced to rebuild it, and then that's how we get the third temple. It's just something that I was thinking about the other day. We also have breaking news that 5 rockets have been fired from the northern Iraqi town of Mosul towards a U.S. military base in Syria. Minor damage is being reported at the Karab al-Jir operations base in northeastern Syria after 3 out of 5 rockets launched by Iranian proxies in northern Iraq were claimed to have impacted in and around the base. Okay, so our base got attacked by Iranian proxies today, and this is the first time in months since February that our bases have come under attack in the region. So 3 out of 5 rockets actually impacted around the base. The U.S. is claiming that there wasn't any damage or minor damage and that there were no injuries or no deaths. I don't know if that's true or not, okay? But that's what the U.S. is claiming. The U.S. is claiming that there were no service members killed or injured and that there was no damage to the base, okay? But, we have to take that with a grain of salt, okay? But this is serious, guys. I mean, Iranian proxies launching rockets. I mean, we're not talking about a little drone or some kind of switchblade drone, with like a little explosive material on it. We're talking about a rocket, We're talking about like a small missile here, okay? Almost like a Scud missile. I mean, imagine like 3 Scud missiles landing in a U.S. base. That's a serious provocation. That's no joke, okay? And, the Biden administration is playing it down and making it seem like, oh, it's not a big deal. Guys, Iran launched over 150 missiles at Israel last week. 150 missiles. And that's not including the missiles that actually either failed to launch or failed to go to the second stage of their booster, okay, to their second booster. For all we know, that if you add the missiles that failed to launch and the missiles that failed to activate their second or third boosters, it's possible Iran actually launched maybe 200 or 300 missiles, and their intent was to kill Israelis and destroy Israel. That was their intent. It doesn't matter that we intercepted 99% of them. We're not going to get lucky like that all the time. Next time this happens, they're going to do it when the U.S. is not in the region to back up Israel with their Aegis warships, and the French are not going to be there, and the U.K. are not going to be there, okay? Because we were on high alert. Our military was on high alert. The Saudis were on high alert. Jordanians were on high alert because we were all expecting this strike from Iran. So we had everything ready. We had radars up. We had, fighter jets ready to go. We had our Aegis warships in the region. But next time this happens, Iran is going to wait until we have our guard down and maybe we don't have the same amount of assets in the region, and then they're going to launch a surprise attack. And in that situation, Israel is not going to be able to intercept 99% because, they have the Iron Dome, they have David's Sling, they have the Arrow system, but intercepting ballistic missiles is tough to do, especially with 99%, success rate. That's like unheard of, basically. I mean, even the Patriot missile system only has like a 90% success rate in like Desert Storm. It had like a 90% success rate. So, that's still, if you do the math, 300 missiles, 90%, that's still, you're talking about 30 missiles that get through and potentially impact Israeli towns, killing civilians, destroying stuff. And then from there it escalates, and then Israel retaliates back and, significantly destroys Iranian nuclear facilities. And then Iran launches back again, and then Israel pushes the red button and nukes Iran, and then Russia nukes Ukraine or something. I mean, it could just totally spiral out of control. But, the Biden administration is trying to downplay how serious this is. This was a very, very serious attack by Iran. And, I'm not trying to sound like the world is ending or something like that, or I'm not trying to, sound negative, but I mean, that's just so crazy to think about. I mean, just imagine if Mexico launched 300 missiles at us, That's a serious provocation, guys. It's very serious. And, the Biden administration, they're just downplaying it like, oh, it's just another day in the Middle East. That happens all the time. No, it doesn't. That was a very, very serious provocation. And Israel's not going to forget about that. And it's not gonna just magically disappear. This tension between Israel and Iran is just not going to magically disappear. But so one of our bases got hit in Syria today. 3 out of 5 rockets. Rockets, again, they're not launching drones. They're now launching rockets at our base, okay? At our base, they're launching rockets. Okay, rockets have big warheads. You know, you're talking hundreds of pounds of explosive material. Okay, that's very, very serious. And again, it's being covered up and downplayed by the mainstream media to quell panic and keep the stock market going on Monday morning. You know, when the market opens tomorrow, you know, they got to keep those stock numbers up high, you know. Thank you guys so much for the donations. I appreciate it. I'm going to read off the donations in a second here. I just want to get through some more headlines. So the U.S. saying no service members were killed or injured and there was no damage to the base. The U.S. passed a $61 billion aid bill for Ukraine. $61 billion aid bill for Ukraine. And we're hearing from the Senate Intelligence Committee members Mark Warner and Marg Brennan that apparently military equipment, including ATACMS missiles for the HIMARS, are expected to be sent to Ukraine by the end of the week. So maybe that's what we're seeing here. All this equipment here could be going to Ukraine because they said on CBS this morning on Face the Nation, which is like the Sunday morning show on CBS, we had members of the Senate Intelligence Committee saying that military equipment, including the longer range missiles for the HIMARS, the ATACMS, is expected to be sent to Ukraine by the end of the week. So they're going to immediately start sending equipment. And so the House already passed the $61 billion bill, but the Senate hasn't passed it yet. So we have to see what the Senate is going to do. My guess is the Senate is probably going to pass it. I think it's probably going to go through. And Russia is claiming territorial gains near the critical town of Chasiv Yar in eastern Ukraine. So Russia is gaining in eastern Ukraine. I'm going to show you guys all the gains that Russia has made over the last week or so because we've been so focused on Israel and Iran. We've kind of neglected Ukraine and Eastern Europe. So we'll cover that in a little bit. But the thing you need to understand is that Russia is not just defending their front line anymore. They're doing what's known as active defense. Okay, so even though Russia hasn't had any big breakthroughs recently, I mean, they did take Avdiivka. Okay, so that is a big breakthrough that the West is not talking about. They did take Avdiivka, which is a serious loss for Ukraine because they committed so many troops and resources to defending Avdiivka. But Russia's doing what's known as active defense. Okay, so they're not just sitting there defending. Okay, they're defending, they're holding the lines, but they're also making like small offensive movements. They're launching rockets places. They're taking small villages here and there. They're advancing a few hundred meters in one area, a couple hundred meters in another area. And these small little gains, they add up over time. And the West is not really talking about that. You know, the West doesn't want people to know that Ukraine is in dire straits right now. And I'm a supporter of Ukraine, but the truth is that Ukraine is in dire straits. And it's a very serious situation for Ukraine to the point where Ukraine could potentially lose the eastern half of their country this year. Russia could go all the way to the Dnieper River potentially. If they don't get equipment in time, they don't get artillery shells, they don't get enough missiles, it could get to that point. The critical thing is the artillery shells. Ukraine needs millions and millions of rounds of artillery, and they just don't have that. And nobody in NATO has that either. Nobody in NATO has millions of shells because the military planners in NATO at some point years ago, in their infinite wisdom, decided that, we don't need to prepare for big land wars anymore because we're not going to go to a land war with Russia. It's just going to escalate to nuclear, so there's no point to have big armies with lots of artillery and lots of tanks and big standing armies of, 500,000 troops or something. And so these European leaders, they started actually dismantling their land forces. They downsized their active duty troops, and they downsized their land forces in exchange for electronic warfare and better radars and stuff, just BS like that, and more special operations, because they were focusing on the, Middle East at the time. And so that's why we're in this position. We don't have enough artillery because NATO has been downsizing that, because they felt, oh, we're not going to actually get into a war. That's unlikely. We're never going to get into a war, a land war with Russia. That's just not going to happen, So we don't need that kind of stuff. And, sure enough, when you need it, it's not there now, So, and I'm just not seeing any information that Ukraine is going to get a lot of artillery shells. Maybe that Czech initiative for like the 2 million shells, maybe that'll work out for them soon. I don't know. But at this point, Ukraine is facing a massive artillery shortage. They're outnumbered like 10-1 in terms of their artillery. Okay, Russia has 10 times the amount of artillery shells, which is very important. Yeah, it's kind of antiquated artillery. It's a little antiquated, but you don't win wars with F-16s. You win wars with ground forces. Actually, F-16s are there more for support. Okay, to support your troops on the ground. You don't win a war with F-16s, okay? And you don't win a war with HIMARS. You don't win a war with Storm Shadow missiles, okay? You need all those things working together at the same time. But, even now, Russia is doing an active defense, so even though, Russia hasn't made any big breakthroughs, they're still slowly pushing in little places here and there, and it's just going to be a matter of time before they, concentrate their forces. They're looking for a weak spot along the front line, and as soon as they find a weak spot, they're going to mass their forces there and break through. Okay, that's what they're going to do, and that's what they're doing now. What they're doing now is they're trying to keep Ukraine on their heels and keep Ukraine tired. It's like a boxing match, okay? Soon as if you're boxing someone, right? You see that your opponent is dazed a little bit. Maybe you hit him once or twice and he hasn't gone down, but you see that he's a little bit dazed, or maybe he's a little bit tired. He's taken a lot of hits. You don't want to stop. You want to keep hitting him, keep him tired, and then eventually he's going to get so tired he's going to lower his guard, and then boom, you come in with the knockout punch and the fight is over. And that's what Russia's doing right now. They're keeping Ukraine on their heels. They're doing this active defense, and they're just waiting for the right opportunity to concentrate their forces and then break through. So, hopefully the West can get their act together and supply Ukraine with what they need. If they don't, Ukraine is going to lose. They're going to lose bad, and Russia's going to go all the way to the Dnieper River, because they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. Many people think that, Putin is just going to stop once he gets the rest of the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts. And no, he's not going to do that, because by doing that, it's hard to defend that, because it's all open terrain. If he can get all the way to the Dnieper River, he's going to have a nice, barrier there, and geographic barrier with the Dnieper River as the barrier. And, just like in southern Ukraine, once the Russians pushed all the way to the Dnieper River, it's impossible now for the Ukrainians to get across, because as soon as they try to get across, they get shot at, they get hit with artillery. So, Putin is going to try to push all the way to the Dnieper River, so he has that river as the boundary. And once he gets to that point, it's going to be impossible. It's not, Ukraine will not be able to take that land back. Once Putin goes all the way to the Dnieper, Ukraine will not be able to take that land back. So this is like the most important year for Ukraine. This year, or this summer right now, This spring right now and this summer is going to determine what happens in Ukraine in the long term. If Russia makes a big breakthrough and they push really far, that's going to be potentially irreversible by the Ukrainians. So we're going to find out this year how things are going to play out in Ukraine. So the video playing here, this is a video of U.S. military equipment being moved around in New Mexico. And you can just see, hundreds of pieces of military equipment being moved here. And then in New York City, we have some stuff here. But let me just continue with more of the headlines. Israel and the U.S. are now both denying involvement in the strikes on Iraq Friday night. So isn't that interesting? Israel and the U.S. are denying any involvement on the strikes on Iraq Friday night. So that could mean two things. Number one, it could mean that the U.S. and Israel are just trying to, avoid any retaliation or something. The other thing is that it could be a false flag. Potentially Iran, did a false flag to try to, rile up Iranian proxies in the Muslim world. Maybe rile up the IRGC because a lot of IRGC members were killed there. So that's something to keep an eye on. And the Russian Foreign Ministry is warning of unprecedented escalation of tensions in the Middle East after America announces $1 billion in aid to Ukraine. So Russia is basically kind of, almost seems like they're kind of softly threatening the U.S. after the U.S. said they're going to give Israel $1 billion in aid. And by the way, don't you find it weird that suddenly they're going to give Israel $1 billion in aid? That's pretty unusual that they would suddenly, okay, now we're giving you $1 billion. Obviously, the U.S. has intelligence that something could escalate, and so they're giving Israel more weaponry so they're prepared in case of an escalation. Or maybe they're planning a preemptive strike on Iran, and they're giving Israel weapons that Israel needs to launch a bigger preemptive strike, But the Russian Foreign Ministry warning of an unprecedented escalation of tensions in the Middle East. And the U.S. is considering sending additional military advisors to Ukraine, according to Politico. A Pentagon spokesman said that the military advisors would help Ukraine with logistics and maintenance of supplied weapons, as well as advise and support the Ukrainian government and armed forces, but would not take part in military operations. Okay, so we're going to be deploying more advisors to Ukraine. It kind of reminds me of Vietnam. The Vietnam War started out with advisors. We had advisors there. We also had the MACV SOG, the special ops, the early special ops that were in Southeast Asia and Cambodia and Laos, and we had advisors, quote unquote advisors. Okay, I mean we gotta be real here. I mean, let's be honest. NATO and the U.S. definitely have special ops, fighting in Ukraine. I mean, come on, just use common sense. So it's just kind of a bad omen, I guess you could say, that we're sending more advisors there now. Could be a sign that things are going to escalate more. Amy Sturdivant, thank you for the donation. Iconic Meerkat, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Viper Optics, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Iconic Meerkat says, please leave your DNA on the like button. Yeah, hit the thumbs up button, guys. I would really appreciate that. Iconic Meerkat, thank you for more gifted memberships. I hope you're having a good Sunday. And Andrew Pickett, thank you for the donation. Back in, I think, 1100 AD, a rabbi wrote that a 10th red heifer would be officiated by the Messiah, and the temple must be built before the halfway point. And Poopy McScoopy, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Bohica Prep, thank you for the donation. Did you see the Pepe Escobar post of potential attempted Israelis' use of the E-bomb? No, I didn't see that, actually. I did not see that. But I'll check into it. I'll definitely check into it. There's a lot we're not being told about what happened over the last week between Iran and Israel and Iraq. You know, we're not being told much about what happened. There's a lot that happened that we're not being told about. So just keep that in mind, you know. And keep that in mind in general. When events happen, guys, you know, the mainstream media, they're not going to tell you the full truth. Furthermore, the military is not going to tell the full truth. It's not in the military's interest to tell the full truth, because telling the full truth would mean that, you know, national security could be compromised. So, you know, don't just trust what the mainstream media says, you know, use common sense. And retired Army General Ben Hodges, he was the former commander of U.S. Army Europe, said that it may be weeks before we see significant battlefield effects of the decision to you know, give Ukraine the aid, the $61 billion, but the strategic effect will be felt immediately in the Kremlin, where they now realize their plan to wait for us to quit has failed. Okay, so if this bill passes the Senate, it could be maybe a light in the tunnel, you know, a light in the dark tunnel for Ukraine, because Russia's counting on the fact that America's no longer going to support Ukraine. That's what they want. They're counting on, you know, the support evaporating and stuff like that. And so if this bill passes the Senate, then, you know, basically that could be a little bit of a glimmer of hope, you know. Ukraine apparently struck a Russian Black Sea fleet ship last night. So they hit another Black Sea Fleet ship last night. And this comes after Ukraine conducted a series of strategic strikes on Russia over the past week. They destroyed several S-400 launchers in northern Crimea a couple days ago in Jankoy. We covered that here. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember that. They also destroyed that early warning radar southeast of Moscow, which is for Russia's nuclear forces. They also destroyed the factory that builds nuclear bombers. Okay, there's a factory that builds the Tu-160 Blackjacks, which is like one of the main components of Russia's nuclear arsenal. They hit that factory, and they also hit a bunch more refineries and substations as well. So Ukraine has really been, you know, targeting Russia directly. They hit their, you know, S-400s. They hit another Black Sea fleet ship. They hit the early warning radar. They hit the factory that builds the bombers. So, you know, Putin is definitely not going to like that. That's for sure. It's definitely not going to make Putin happy. You know, but it shows that the Ukrainians are capable. The Ukrainians are capable of conducting, you know, these strikes. It's really impressive considering the fact that, you know, their infrastructure has been attacked. They're outnumbered 10-1. Their country is so much smaller, and they're still able to pull off these attacks. It's pretty impressive, you know. And so what you're looking at here is a picture of a damaged Patriot missile system that arrived in Harrisburg in Pennsylvania. I think this was yesterday or the day before. So you can see a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot of damage. So it arrived in Harrisburg. This was one of the Patriots. I don't know when this was damaged. They didn't say when, but this is a damaged Patriot missile system. You can actually see, it looks like it might have gotten hit by like a small drone or something, like those little drones that Russia uses. I forget what they're called, but like you can see right here, there's like some carbon here, the carbon buildup. That's from, anytime you have an explosion, you have carbon, looks like some carbon here. And you can see this looks like a generator or electrical box or something. You can see some of the panels here are bent inwards from the blast maybe. You can see some more carbon around here, some charred metal. But overall, it doesn't look too bad. But it just shows you that, all this equipment that we send to Ukraine, it's not like it's like a wonder weapon, that, oh, we're going to send them Patriot missiles and that's going to change the war. Or, oh, we're going to send F-16s, it's going to change the war. These pieces of equipment, they get damaged, they need maintenance, they need, it's not like you just give them a Patriot missile and, that's it. Oh, here's a Patriot missile, here you go. It's a whole, maintenance and repair, constant maintenance, constant repairs. It's a war zone, so these machines get damaged and you need to fix them. So, but just thought you might find that interesting. Pentagon spokesman Patrick Ryder confirmed that the first tranche of weapons from the U.S. will arrive in Ukraine in a few days after the signing of the law. So it sounds like they're basically already sure that this bill is going to pass for the Ukraine aid. It sounds like they're already sure of it, because if they're saying that the U.S. will send weapons right away within a few days of the law being signed, then I'm sure that the senators have probably already discussed it, and it sounds to me like it's going to pass. It's probably at this point, the vote in the Senate is just procedural. They just have to do it. So what you're looking at here, it could be that aid. It could be American equipment going to Poland. We don't know. There was some unusual military activity in Poland this week, which I want to show you guys some more of that. But things are still tense in Eastern Europe. And a military court found a U.S. Navy sailor who previously served on a guided missile destroyer based in Japan guilty of sharing classified defense information with a representative of a foreign government. Wow, that's pretty concerning. And I want to just show you guys something here. I kind of got carried away with some other stuff, but last night we had this strange data transmission. Let me see here. We had this strange data transmission last night on one of the frequencies used by our nuclear forces. And this is one of the reasons why I went live tonight, in addition to all the military equipment being moved around and potential Russian subs off the East Coast the other day. So yesterday we had NATO broadcasting on this nuclear war frequency. This is one of the frequencies that we were monitoring Wednesday night. This is one of the primary, actually this is the primary frequency for U.S. nuclear forces, and it's 11175, 11.175 megahertz, okay, or 11,175 hertz. And so this is the frequency that we were listening to on Wednesday when they were broadcasting all those nuclear attack options. Well, there was some strange data transmissions going over this frequency, potentially NATO transmissions, which could mean that NATO nuclear forces are on high alert possibly, or NATO forces are on high alert for something, for some reason, and that could be why we saw all this equipment in New Mexico, and that could be related to the Wisconsin National Guard going overseas. okay, the 32nd Brigade. But let me just play this for you. You can clearly see here on the waterfall, you can see the transmission here on the frequency. Kind of reminds you of AOL dial-up. Yeah, it has a funny sound. It kind of sounds funny, but it was some kind of data going over this frequency, and a lot of radio experts believe that these are NATO transmissions. Okay, so NATO could be using this frequency to transmit some kind of data. Okay, typically they call that STANAG. This could be like the NATO STANAG being broadcasted, okay? Impressively loud. Sorry about that. Maybe my volume's too high. It's called 56K. That's funny. Yeah, 56K. So this was yesterday, okay? So this was all day yesterday. This was transmitting. So that's a little bit concerning, a little bit unnerving. Yeah, it does sound like a fax machine, right? It does sound like a fax machine. What's going on, Rodney Middleton? Good to see you. But right now, we don't have any nuclear attack options being broadcasted. The EAMs are very quiet at the moment, but that could always change. And what you're looking at here is a picture of a massive Israeli airstrike in Naqoura in southern Lebanon. So Israel carried out this massive airstrike in Lebanon earlier today. And the U.S. is going to be placing sanctions on a battalion in the Israeli Defense Force, the Netza Yehuda Battalion. The U.S. wants to put sanctions on them, and obviously that's not good for relations with Israel. The Israeli War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz spoke on the phone with U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and asked him to reconsider the decision to sanction the IDF Netza Yehuda Battalion. We don't know why they're being sanctioned. Apparently they were involved in war crimes in Gaza. It's just a bunch of BS, you know. They're basically just pandering to the the pro-Palestinian wing of the Democrat Party. You know, they're just trying to, pander to them, and because it's an election year. Just unbelievable that the U.S. would actually sanction an Israeli military battalion. I mean, they're supposed to be our top allies, guys, and we're sanctioning them. I mean, that's just absurd. The Prime Minister of Israel is not happy about that, Netanyahu. But the Israeli War Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz spoke by phone with Blinken, asking him to reconsider that decision. And the Israeli Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi, approved new war plans at the Southern Command headquarters today. And the Israeli War Cabinet met today as well. Okay, so I don't know what kind of plans they approved. Last I heard that they were postponing the Rafah operation because of the situation with Iran escalating. So we'll have to wait and see. But I want to remind you guys that Passover, I think it starts tomorrow, right? Because they're going to sacrifice the red heifer. So it's possible that maybe the main strike from Israel is going to occur. The main strike against Iran is going to occur after Passover ends this weekend. So that's a possibility. You know, maybe they just did like a very limited strike, a couple days ago, just to kind of, just kind of scare Iran and see what they do. and then maybe they're going to still go through with a bigger strike soon. I don't know. Hezbollah is claiming to have shot down an Israeli surveillance drone earlier today over southern Lebanon. And there's a massive fire at a factory in Moscow. There were 4 people stabbed on a cruise ship yesterday in Brooklyn, New York, in New York City. 4 people were stabbed on a cruise ship. Okay, maybe that was a terror attack. You know, we don't know. Maybe that was a terror attack. Who knows? And Polish President Andrzej Duda and Donald Trump had a private meeting in New York on Wednesday, April the 17th. Trump's campaign team said the former president had discussed the war in Ukraine and defense spending by NATO member states over dinner with the Polish president. So Trump invited the Polish president to have dinner with him at, I guess, Trump Tower, if that was in New York. And Trump is really good friends with the Polish president. They get along really well. I don't know if they're friends, but they get along really well. So that's pretty significant, especially if Trump becomes president. I'm sure they probably talked about all kinds of stuff related to Ukraine and Eastern Europe. And Dmitry Medvedev, the former president of Russia, he said that about the $61 million or $1 billion in aid to Ukraine, he said that the American bastards approved of helping a gang of Nazis, but we will win despite the 61 billion blood dollars. That's what he said. Yeah, Medvedev is nuts. He's absolutely crazy. Let's see here. Israel's National Security Minister Ben Gvir says imposing sanctions on the IDF battalion operating in the West Bank is a red line, and that he expects the defense minister not to submit to American dictates. So this is actually a battalion in the West Bank, not in Gaza, that they're trying to sanction. Here we have some footage coming from Crimea. This is in Sevastopol, where Russia's Black Sea Fleet is located. You can see there's a fire here. You can see what appears to be a ship on fire. So Ukraine might have hit another ship, okay, in the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Okay, you can see it right there. Let me see here. What else? I want to just update you guys quickly on Eastern Europe. We had Apache helicopters flying along the Polish-Russian border here. American Apache helicopters, 2 of them flying next to Kaliningrad. Check that out. There were 2 going up and down here along the border with Kaliningrad. That's pretty uncommon, I would say. Hugh says Culinary Air Force. Yeah, Culinary is a legend. Culinary is a legend. I'm gonna see if I wonder when I send that Freedom of Information request if I can ask the Culinary for an interview or an autograph. I mean, how cool would that be if I got a autograph from Culinary? That would be pretty cool. Culinary for VP. I don't know why the Wisconsin National Guard is going to be deployed to Europe, but they are being deployed. And I know that from a sergeant in the National Guard who told me that. Michelle says that would be awesome. Misty says go for it, Greg. Shane says who is Culinary? Yeah, Culinary is the guy on Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Culinary was one of the radio operators when the U.S. nuclear forces were basically brought up to a DEFCON 2 level. For some reason, we don't know why. I still don't know why Wednesday night and into Thursday morning, our nuclear forces were brought up to basically DEFCON 2 for some reason. The next day, Israel struck Iran, but it was a very limited strike. So I don't know if, like I said in my video update yesterday, potentially, maybe the U.S. and Israel were planning some bigger strike, and then at the last minute they backed down, they aborted it, and then they opted for that limited strike the next day. Maybe they were actually going to launch on Iran, like I was telling you guys when we were, he was very energetic. Yeah, Culinary had his Wheaties, and he had his Monster and his Red Bull. He was very energetic, for sure, especially for such a serious situation. Culinary was ordering hamburger. It was not a limited strike by Israel. We have no idea what the DEFCON is. Yeah, that's true. We don't know what the DEFCON is, but we can use common sense to guess what it is. So based on what happened Wednesday night into Thursday morning, it's reasonable to assume that we might have been brought up to DEFCON 2 for a short period of time for some reason. Why that reason is, I don't know. Were we about to strike Iran and then we aborted at the last minute, and then the next day we opted to just do this limited strike? I don't know, but I can confirm to you that we were broadcasting 4-digit arming codes for the bombers, because the bombers, all our nuclear forces, they go through multiple steps before they actually launch. And we were broadcasting these short 4-digit codes, and they were being read back to each other. So one operator would read a 4-digit code, the other operator would verify that code. Okay, and that's not what they do with EAMs. EAMs are just like a one-way message. They broadcast an EAM. It's a nuclear attack option, so they just broadcast it, and they're usually like at least 30 characters, typically. Sometimes 100 or 200, but these 4-digit character messages that were being broadcasted, four character messages constantly all night long. I mean, those are not nuclear attack options, guys. Those were some kind of arming codes that were being broadcasted, and I have a whole bunch of recordings that we can listen to in a little bit here. Let me see if I have one. Here's like an example. I'll just play this one.
November Delta Tango, November Delta. I say again, one message of 4 items follows.
One message of 4 items follows. Yeah, Culinary is a legend. Definitely he is. Chris P. Bacon says code red Mountain Dew. Archie024 says hello Greg, what's up? Jesus Saves says, good evening, brother. How's it going, Jesus Saves? Blessed said, who's Culinary? Culinary was one of the radio operators on Wednesday night into Thursday morning when we had this unusual situation where the U.S. military was, brought up to a really high readiness level. Our nuclear forces were brought up to a high readiness level for some reason. And then after that, nothing happened. It was really bizarre. And then obviously the next day, Israel launched a strike on Iran. But yeah, he was a radio operator that was basically broadcasting arming codes for our nuclear forces, Yeah, Chuck Norris lost his first fight to Culinary. That's funny. Yeah, I think Chuck Norris loses sleep when he thinks about Culinary. I think Chuck Norris loses sleep. What's going on, K. Paul? Thank you for moderating tonight. Yeah, I got a bunch of rest. I still need some more rest. George Redhawk says arming, verification, and launch codes. Right, exactly. Arming, verification, and launch codes. So we were brought up to basically the brink, On Wednesday night into Thursday morning, we were brought up to the brink. And why, I don't know. But we were brought up to the brink. There were codes being transmitted for 8 hours straight. And I've never heard anything like that in my life. No radio operator who monitors these messages has ever heard anything like that in their life. It was not a training exercise because they don't do training on these frequencies. These frequencies have to be left open in case there's a nuclear war. They have to leave the frequency open. They can't do training exercises on these frequencies because it's like your local police doing a training exercise on 911. They can't do that because what if they're doing an exercise on 911 and then somebody has a heart attack and they try to call 911 and they can't get through to the dispatcher because they're in the middle of doing an exercise? That's the same thing. You know, there were a lot of people saying that this was an exercise, but there's no announcements anywhere from NORAD, from Strategic Command, from any of those military agencies or combatant commands of any kind of exercise that was scheduled. So it's definitely not an exercise. It wasn't, for sure. And furthermore, they never do exercises on those main frequencies like that because they have to keep those frequencies open. Because what if, you know, using the example of 911, right? Let's say your local police is doing an exercise on 911 and they're practicing communicating with the dispatcher from the cops. What if someone has a heart attack while they're doing that? It affects the response time. So imagine, let's say we're doing this big exercise for 8 hours all night, and Russia finds out about that and that we're doing this exercise. So then they decide to launch a surprise attack and they could catch us off guard, and that would affect our response time because our forces are not focused on responding. They're focused on training, and they're taking up the radio space, you know. So they don't use these frequencies for training. It was not a training exercise, and I've never heard anything like that in my life. Do I have a recording of the lady screaming in the background? Yes, I have a recording of it. I have the whole live stream saved, so if you want to rewatch it, you can go and rewatch it. The lady was screaming at around like 4 hours. I think it was around like 4 hours into the stream. Around 4 hours into the stream is when that lady was screaming in the background. We also heard one of the operators saying, "Is this real world or exercise?" And the other operator responded and said, "Real world, real world." So yeah, it was a crazy night. I'm gonna go through the recordings more and pick out some stuff, but the sirens in the background, we heard what sounded to be like alarms in the background, and some of these messages, which those alarms are used by the bombers. When the bombers open the bomb bays, they have an alarm to let the pilots and the crew know that the bomb bay door is open, to have that audio confirmation. New York Adventurer, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, Force Protection Charlie. Our bases were also on Force Protection Charlie that night. So in addition to all the arming codes being broadcasted, at the same time, our bases went to Force Protection Charlie, which is the highest level of security for our military bases, just below an actual ongoing attack. Okay, you have Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta. Delta means that the bases are actually under attack, okay? There's an active attack ongoing. Charlie is just below that, and that's the highest security level right below that. So we went to Force Protection Charlie. We also, that night, in addition to that, Fort Knox said that they were going to strengthen security. And then at the same time, 13 states lost 911. So something was going on. We just will never know, We're never going to be told the truth. And then on Friday, we potentially had Russian subs off the East Coast. I'll show you guys some screenshots. We potentially had Russian subs off our East Coast, on Friday, shortly after the Israeli strike on Iran. So a lot of stuff transpired in the last week, a lot of stuff. Karen Cochran says, Greg, you're correct. Those frequencies are not used for exercises. Zebby D says, I can make the culinary shirts, sweatshirts, and mugs. That sounds good, Zebby. If you can do me a favor and actually send me an email and put in the subject line, culinary shirts and stuff, put like culinary shirts in the subject, send me an email and we'll talk. I have a Teespring. I can use Teespring to make those shirts. Yeah, this is a bunch of military equipment being moved around. Anne Marie says, I would compare Wednesday night as an equal to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah, I think so. And then also we had an over-the-horizon radar that was turned on Friday as well. There was an over-the-horizon radar that was on, and we could hear that. I'll play that for you shortly. And then yesterday we had this NATO data that was being transmitted on the frequency here. So this was going over this is our primary nuclear war radio frequency for nuclear war for our nuclear forces. This frequency right here. This was going over that frequency. Aubrey, thank you for the donation. Aubrey says, I said to culinary for you from the AF.mil, only military can use with the CAC card. He said, thanks and hope you enjoyed. Watch for the next one. That's funny. Yeah, he's a celebrity, man. Culinary was so calm under pressure. I mean, that was a really stressful situation. I was really on edge that night, and Culinary was just maintaining his composure. I think the train is like heading eastward. I think the train was from what I remember, it was going towards Texas. This is in New Mexico. So this was going towards Texas from New Mexico. This is in New Mexico, this train. And the person who sent this to me said that they never see this in their area. So, for those of you guys just tuning in, all the latest information is at the top of the screen in the red bar. I have all the latest headlines there, the major headlines. But yeah, we had rockets fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. The U.S. is saying that there were no injuries and no damage. That's a big story, and we have NATO on alert right now, transmitting some strange data. This was yesterday, all day yesterday. NATO was transmitting this data over one of our nuclear war frequencies. Okay, so that means that NATO is on high alert. So let me just play one clip from Wednesday night here, the 4-character messages. These potentially were arming codes for our nuclear forces. Let me play this for you.
November, Delta. I say again, one message of 4 items follows. Stand by. 1 Tango, November, Delta. This completes one message of 4 items. This is Sarge 1-1 out. Sarge 1-1, this is Culinary. I'm receipt of your message. 1 Tango, November, Delta, over. Culinary, Sarge 1-1, good copy.
So this was actually Culinary actually responded. My guess is that Culinary was a radio operator in one of our bases here in the U.S. He could have been an operator in Stratcom in Offutt Air Base. That's what I personally think. I think that I think that Culinary was a radio operator in Stratcom. And so here you can hear Culinary verifying the 4-digit character that sounds like the bomber crew received the 4-digit character and then a 4-character message, and then Culinary read it back to verify.
Delta, I say again, one message of 4 items follows. Stand by. 1 Tango, November, Delta. This completes 1 message of 4 items. This is Sarge 1-1 out. Sarge 1-1, this is Culinary. I'm receipt of your message. 1 Tango, November, Delta, over.
So, it does sound, New York Adventure, it does sound like submarine noises in the background. That's right. Let me just show you guys some other stuff here. So the other day on Friday night into Saturday, we had this U.S. Navy advanced drone flying along the coastline of Lebanon and Israel. This is pretty unusual. This is actually the first time I've seen one of these drones flying along the coast of Lebanon and Israel since the whole situation in Gaza started in October. So, our military is basically keeping an eye on any enemy vessels here along the coast of Israel and Lebanon. So that's pretty significant. And then Friday night, we had these sub-hunting planes and helicopters off the coast of Jacksonville. This helicopter here with the white line, you see the white lines here, the squiggly lines. This was a U.S. Navy MH-60S Nighthawk, and those helicopters are used to detect objects underwater. They have a laser mine detection system. They shoot a laser down into the water to detect mines that are underwater. And so this thing was just looping here off the coast of Florida like all night long. You can clearly see by these loops that it was doing some type of a search pattern. They don't use these helicopters for looking for drug smugglers or, illegal aliens on rafts. Okay, and it was covering a huge area. Look at how big this area is. I mean, this is like probably, from north to south, 50 miles or more. So, and then in addition to that, there was also a P-8 Poseidon, which is a sub-hunter plane in the same exact area. Okay, this was Friday night. And then earlier on Friday afternoon, we had this nuke sniffer plane that was flying off the eastern U.S., and it was in deep water here, way off the continental shelf, which is exactly where deep diving submarines would be. And you can actually see at some points here, it might be hard for you guys to see, but it was actually flying pretty low because of the color here. You can see the green colors here. That means it was in low altitude. Checking for subs here off of the eastern seaboard. These Constant Phoenix planes can actually detect nuclear submarines. So we have some breaking news just coming in right now. Major breaking news just coming in. One of the Iranian proxies are saying that they're now going to be resuming attacks on U.S. forces in the Middle East after previously suspending them at the end of January. Okay, so the Kataib Hezbollah, which is the primary Iran proxy in Iraq, announced that they will be resuming attacks on U.S. bases in the Middle East. Okay, so that's another thing we got to keep an eye on now. Okay, the proxies attacking our base. We also have breaking news coming out of South Carolina. A man wielding an axe was shot by police at a Walmart in Easley, South Carolina. Wow. Okay. I don't know if the guy was, on meth or something or what, possessed by the devil. I have no idea. Demonically possessed or something. But a man wielding an axe was shot by police in South Carolina. And then we also had all this activity here in Poland and in Russia Friday. Lots of activity in Poland on Friday. We had this Polish border guard plane flying near the city of Brest in southwestern Belarus, or Brest in English. And it was flying right along the border of Belarus here. Russia has moved a lot of equipment here and a lot of troops here. They have S-400s, they have artillery systems, they have all kinds of stuff here, and the Polish border guard is patrolling this area now, okay? So it's, very possible that even Belarus could attack Poland too, even though it's like suicidal. They could do it. I want to just show you guys the latest situation in Ukraine. I want to show you guys how Russia has been slowly creeping up on Ukraine here in the past week or so. So here we have Ukraine, and this is eastern Ukraine here. And this shaded area in red is the Russian-occupied territory. Here we have Donetsk. And you can see what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in history, back in time. And I want you guys to pay attention to the shaded area here where the red shaded area ends. You can see all these fields here. These are all farms. I want you to pay attention to how this line changes as I go back day by day. You'll see like small changes every single day. The Russians pushing further and further, deeper and deeper. Okay. Well, actually, I'm going back now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back like maybe I'm going to go back like, I don't know, 2 weeks or so. So we'll go back to the 7th. Okay, so this is on the 7th now. I'm just going to slowly move it up here. Okay. Look at that, guys. Look at all that territory they've gained. I mean, that's really bad. Let me go back again. Okay, so here's the 7th, and I'm just moving through every single day. Look at that. Look, they're just slowly taking land from Ukraine. So despite what the media is saying, the media is trying to cover it up and make it seem like everything's okay. I mean, look, let's actually go back to the beginning of the month. Let's see if I can go back to the beginning of the month here. All right, so starting from the beginning of the month, I'm going to just go day by day. You can see how they're just slowly, taking more and more land every single day. So it's not a good sign. It's definitely not a good sign. But we have breaking news. One of the Iranian proxies is vowing to resume attacks on American bases in the Middle East. We have one of China's high-altitude drones patrolling near the Philippines. The WZ-7 drone has been spotted near the Philippines. A Chinese People's Liberation Army WZ-70 Soaring Dragon was recently spotted for what looks to be the first time flying over the northwestern end of the South China Sea near the Philippines. The appearance of the high-flying long-range reconnaissance drone in the region comes as the U.S. Army's new Typhoon ground-based missile system has made its inaugural Indo-Pacific deployment to the northern Philippine island of Luzon. there has also been a major spike in friction in recent months in the dispute between China and the Philippines over control of the Scarborough Shoal. So they've moved this missile system to the Philippines, guys. The U.S. military has moved a pretty impressive missile system, to the Philippines. Okay, and now China's sending one of their drones over there by the Philippines. So, the situation between China and the Philippines is now a problem. It's not just Taiwan anymore. It's also the Philippines now. Okay, so that's pretty concerning. Just see what you guys are saying here in the chat. I have some audio clips from Wednesday night. If you guys want to listen, we can re-listen to them, because as it was all going down, I was saving recordings on my computer of everything, and then plus I have the whole stream saved. If you want to re-watch that stream, you can. Iconic Meerkat, thank you for gifting 10 more memberships. I appreciate it. Will the U.S. get involved because of the base? It's possible. It's hard to say. With the Biden administration, it's hard to say. They don't seem to want to really do anything ever. Fact check says Damascus likely to be a ruinous heap very soon. Yes, Damascus could become a ruinous heap. That's coming out of the Bible. Captain Pegleg says must ban assault axes. Yeah, for sure. That's funny, yeah. Gonna have to get a license just to buy an axe now. China is buying up chicken farms in southwest Missouri. Yeah, China's buying up farms everywhere. Yeah, it's true. They're buying up farms all over the place. Yep. Someone said there was an earthquake in Iran. We also had a strong solar storm on Friday night. Let me see if there's anything going on right now with the space weather. Yeah, we don't have any space weather alerts right now. We have the Devil's Comet. The Devil Comet is going to be making a pass, or I think it already passed by, or it's passing by right now. The Devil Comet. Isn't that interesting? The name Devil Comet. That's pretty weird. Weird name. The first significant meteor shower in months is about to begin. The annual Lyrid meteor shower is going to peak on the night of April 21st to the 22nd, when Earth passes through a stream of debris from the comet Thatcher. These meteors are best seen from the northern hemisphere, where the radiant is high in the sky before dawn. So anytime you're watching meteor showers, you have to stay up late at night. You gotta go out at like 2 or 3 in the morning, like couple hours before sunrise is the best time to see them. So if you're gonna stay up late tonight, you can go out and look to the sky, and you might see some meteors. Meteor shower. But we did have a strong solar storm Friday. I'm trying to see if there's any good pictures here from the lower 48 of any auroras that I can share with you. Let me see here. I want to also go through some of the earthquakes together. I want to go through some of the earthquakes. I want to just play this recording from, this is from Wednesday night.
Stand by. Alpha 3, 6, I see 1 message of 4 items followed. Stand by. Alpha 3, 6, this fleet 1 message of 4 items. This is Wood 42 out. Wood 42, this is Bachelor on number 175.
This guy's call sign is Wood 42. Isn't that a funny call sign? Wood 42. It's pretty funny.
I'm in receipt of the following traffic. Alpha 3, 6, I say again, I'm in receipt of the following traffic. Alpha 3, 6, I'll copy over. Good copy for Wood 42.
Just some clips there from Wednesday night. Here's another one.
Juliet, Foxtrot, Golf, stand by, message follows. Quebec, 5, Lima, Juliet, Foxtrot, Golf, Papa, 4, Charlie, Bravo, Quebec, Zulu, 2, Papa.
You could hear in their voice was really intense that night. You can hear in their voice. Want to just go over some earthquakes with you guys. What's going on, Lagertha? Greetings from Alaska. We had jets up at 0300 this morning. Yeah, Alaska has a lot of aviation. They have F-22s in Alaska. The meteor shower is going to be in the northwestern sky. That's good to know. So look up towards the northwest, guys, if you wanna see the meteors tonight. Captain Apana says, I like gas mask. Yeah, gas mask was another interesting call sign. Gas mask. Vision preparedness, what's going on? Wood 42, he's a golfer. Yeah, that's funny. They have some funny call signs. These planes too, some of the planes have really funny call signs. EAMs got weird today. Yeah, they were weird for a short amount of time, but the EAMs have died off. There hasn't been EAMs for hours. I haven't heard any in a long time. They've quieted down, but yesterday we did have, let me just see if I can, I've had them on the whole time while we've been streaming here in the background, and I haven't heard any. Unusually quiet. It's unusually quiet, but just because you don't hear EAMs doesn't mean that our posture has changed. Our posture could still be the same. Our posture could still be the same that it was since Wednesday. EAMs have multiple meanings. It's not just for an attack or to target stuff, or launch codes. It's also for lowering the readiness level and going back down from a high readiness state. But yeah, I have the EAMs going right now, so we'll hear them. But yeah, a U.S. base was struck by several rockets earlier. So we do have some nuclear war command and control planes in the air. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys here. So we do have, all a Rum 2-3, and we have Iron 12 in the air right now. Let's just check some other flights while we're here. Oh, wow, this is pretty concerning. Look at this, guys. We have 3 aerial refuelers heading overseas. That's kind of concerning, especially so late at night, and 3 of them at the same time. It's definitely not that common to see 3 refuelers so late on a Sunday going to Europe. It's not something you see. They're over the Gulf of St. Lawrence right now, so that's interesting. Looks like we're sending some more fueling support to Europe for some reason. Why that is, I don't know. Could be going to the Middle East, could be for I don't know what. But 3 aerial refuelers going overseas right now. That's kind of unusual. We do have these 2 nuclear war command and control planes right now. We have what appears to be a U.S. Navy VIP plane that just took off from Norfolk, Virginia, and it's heading west somewhere, probably to Seattle. We'll see where that one goes. Let's just check the Pacific, see what's going on in Asia tonight. See here, we have a U.S. Navy VIP plane taking off from Okinawa. Appears to be an aerial refueler taking off also. Still kind of early for activity in Asia. In the coming hours, we'll see more activity pop up. And we do have this, look at this, guys. We have an Iranian government plane taking off from Tehran. That's pretty interesting. This could potentially be the Iranian president's plane or some Iranian VIP. This is the same plane we saw Wednesday night. So it's possible that something's going on and I don't know. But they're moving a VIP out of Tehran right now for some reason. Not sure why. We'll find out soon, I guess, if anything happens. Let's just check out some of the quakes here. See if there's any quakes to be concerned with. There has been a lot of activity around the New Madrid fault recently. There's been a lot of activity around the New Madrid fault recently, like over here. Actually, let's see, we have one here that actually just happened today. We had a 2.4 in Missouri today. 2 days ago there was a 1.4, 2.0. Wow, a lot of quakes here in the New Madrid area. Look at that. That's just in the last couple of days. Look, 5-6 quakes here just in the last couple of days in New Madrid. For those of you guys who don't know what New Madrid is, this is the New Madrid fault line. There was a huge earthquake in this area in the 1800s. I think it was like a 7.4. Let me double check that. We have some breaking news coming in. Let me see here. Some breaking news. We have breaking news. Putin is arriving at the Kremlin now. Interesting. Or he arrived earlier. Putin Putin has apparently arrived in the Kremlin in the middle of the rain on a Sunday night. That's pretty interesting. Putin was rushed to the Kremlin. Let me get some footage for you. Hold on. But we do have New Madrid quakes here. We got to keep an eye on this. Hold on. Let me get a video. This is pretty interesting. Let me get a video for you. We have Putin's motorcade arrived in the Kremlin at 11 o'clock at night local time, which is pretty unusual. Let's see here. So we have Putin's motorcade arriving in the Kremlin tonight. Not sure what's going on. Fiber optic phone lines being cut in multiple states. What's your source for that? Wow. If that's true, that's pretty serious. If that's true, that's pretty serious. If anybody has a source on that, send it to me. You can tag me on my Twitter account at NYPrepper1. If you have any sources, you can send it there. Or you can email. Here we have Putin's motorcade rushing to the Kremlin at 11 o'clock at night. So that's pretty interesting, guys. I'm going to monitor the situation. This is just coming in this evening. Putin being rushed to the Kremlin, apparently, for some reason. We have breaking news coming in from the Middle East. Apparently, a fighter jet from the U.S. coalition in Iraq and Syria conducted a strike on a truck mounted with an MLRS in northern Iraq after it launched rockets at U.S. forces in the Karab Algier base. So it looks like we launched some kind of a counter strike. So they hit us with rockets, and then we hit a MLRS system with one of our jets, multiple launch rocket system. So pretty interesting, but looks like something's going on in Russia because Putin is being rushed to the Kremlin. And then also we have this Iranian VIP plane that just took off from Tehran, and we'll have to see where it goes. Maybe it's going to Isfahan. Actually, no, because Isfahan is down here. So I don't know where this plane is going, but some kind of Iranian VIP just took off from Tehran not too long ago. So Let me just read to you guys about the New Madrid fault. New Madrid fault here. The New Madrid fault system was responsible for the 1811 to 1812 New Madrid earthquakes and has the potential to produce large earthquakes in the future. Since 1812, frequent smaller earthquakes have been recorded in the area. Let's see. The big one was, I think, December 16th, 1811, there was a magnitude 7.5 earthquake in northeast Arkansas. 7.5 earthquake, guys. And then there was also like an aftershock that was a 7.0 in the same area. And then the following year, in 1812, on January 23rd, there was a 7.3. So then there was also February of 1812, a 7.5, which apparently that was the largest of quake in that 2-year period. And it actually caused the Mississippi River to flow backwards temporarily. In a report filed in November 2008, the U.S. FEMA warned that a serious earthquake in the New Madrid fault zone could result in the highest economic losses due to a natural disaster in the United States, further predicting widespread and catastrophic damage across Alabama, Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, and particularly Tennessee. So they said that tens of thousands of structures affecting water distribution, transportation systems, and other vital infrastructure would be damaged, with more than 4,000 fatalities expected in Memphis alone. Wow. Hopefully that never happens. But we have quakes here still ongoing, okay? But that's what FEMA says, that the New Madrid fault zone is the natural disaster that would cause the highest economic losses in the U.S., that could cause the highest losses. So just be aware of that. We also have here Forte 10, which is a U.S. reconnaissance drone patrolling in the Black Sea, keeping an eye on Crimea here and the Kerch Bridge. So it's possible that Ukraine is going to launch a strike, or maybe they just did, and that's why they're rushing Putin to the Kremlin in the middle of the night. I don't know. But we do know Putin is being rushed to the Kremlin, apparently. So something's going on if he's being rushed on a Sunday night to the Kremlin. Like I showed you guys before, Ukraine, they damaged that early warning radar for Russia's nuclear forces. So someone mentioned a massive internet outage in Russia. Anything on that, NYPrepper? And one of the mods mentioned French troops are arriving in Odessa. Yes, there have been rumors of French troops arriving in Odessa. Apparently they came through from Romania. Those are just rumors. We cannot confirm 100% yet if that's true. But a few weeks ago, actually, they were saying that French troops came in through Romania. They came in. Well, they haven't actually been deployed. From what I understand, the French troops were not actually deployed yet to Odessa. They were moved to Romania, and they're waiting in Romania. And if something happens, then they'll go into Odessa from Romania. That's what I'm hearing. And they were moved into Romania already. So they're basically ready to go at any time. But yeah, as far as internet outage in Russia, it's very possible. No, Odessa in Ukraine. New York Adventure says a 7.5 is definitely strong enough for tsunamis. That's true, yeah. That's true. They could cause a tsunami. Yeah, 7.5 is insane. And they had multiple 7.0s from 1811 to 1812. It was like back to back, you know. So many 7.5s. I mean, just look at the chaos when there was a, you know, what was that earthquake in New Jersey? That was like a 4.8 or something in New Jersey. I mean, and that caused people to panic. Imagine, you know, a 7.5. That's insane, you know. No, as far as I know, this is not an old video. This is not an old video. No, this is new. This is a new video. So Putin is being rushed to the Kremlin for some reason. Maybe Dmitry Medvedev is feeling lonely and they got to cuddle. He's got to meet Medvedev at the Kremlin and they got to cuddle each other to sleep or something. I don't know. They probably spoon each other. I'm sure Medvedev and Putin probably spoon each other. Putin probably kisses Medvedev on the neck while they're spooning. What's going on, Blue Angel? What's going on, Smoking Swamp? No rain in Moscow tonight? Interesting. Okay. How do you know? How do you know there's no rain? We could probably get a webcam, actually, of Moscow and see. Probably get a webcam. I have some webcams of Moscow. We could probably see if it's raining. Mr. Quattro, I'll check, Quattro. Thank you. Diana Vaughn, thank you for the donation. Lord God Almighty, let your kingdom come and your perfect will be done in all our lives and our loved ones' lives, in the matchless name of Yeshua, our precious Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you, Diana. I appreciate that donation, and thank you for the prayer. We have to make sure we continue to pray in these crazy times that we're living in. Deborah says, Greg, gross. Yeah, it is a gross thing to think about, but it's just kind of funny. I don't know, just a stupid joke, you know. You got to laugh a little bit sometimes, you know. It is raining in Moscow. Okay, yeah, so it is raining in Moscow, so the footage looks like it's legit. You know, so yeah, Putin's being rushed to the Kremlin for some reason. Broke back Russian. I wish I was home. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Spooning is just like cuddling with someone. It's like, you know, it's like when you cuddle, you kind of like lay next to someone and you kind of hold them, you know. That's what spooning is. It's like a slang word for like cuddling, basically, you know, like you lay behind someone and you kind of like hold them. It's 55 and clear in Moscow. Interesting. Well, again, you can't look at the weather report. You have to see what's on the ground, like what's actually happening now, you know. Just because the weather report says something doesn't mean that that's necessarily what the conditions are. The best thing is to look at a webcam. Let me see here. I have some webcams of Moscow. Hold on. I have no idea to doubt that it's fake. I mean, why would it be fake? It was posted by a legitimate source, a pro-Ukrainian source actually too. So I don't see why it would be fake. Let me see. I have some cameras here of Moscow. Oh yeah, it is clear now. Correct. Yeah, it's clear now, but that video was taken earlier today because remember, Russia's like several hours ahead of us. So that was actually, it's already morning time in Russia, right? Because they're, 8 hours ahead, 7 hours ahead. But this was actually last night. So my apologies. I always forget that they're that far ahead, you know. So yeah, like Moscow, I think they're 7 hours ahead. Ross Niederman says the streets were very wet and I saw rain hitting the pavement. Yeah, so this was actually, it's already morning time in Russia now, but it's already morning time in Russia, but that video was taken couple hours ago, which would have meant that it was already nighttime in Russia. So anyone heard from Starsky from Ukraine lately? Yeah, Operator Starsky posted a video recently. He posted a video on his YouTube. He talked about that. Oh, there was this very famous pro-Russian war correspondent that recently was killed in Ukraine, Russell Bentley. I don't know if some of you guys may know who he is or not. Russell Bentley was found dead in I think it was in eastern Ukraine. He was found dead, and he was like so pro-Russian. I mean, he got a Russian citizenship. He married a Russian woman, and he was killed by his own comrades. He was killed by a Russian military unit. They basically killed him for whatever reason. I don't know why, but JP says culinary is the badass that is going to take us into World War III, hopefully. Yeah, culinary. I'm sure culinary is one of their more experienced operators. I would imagine when something serious happens, they probably put their most experienced operators on, the radio. So I think culinary was probably the more experienced operator. And, so Morph from X-Men says, stop coping. This is real and serious. All these normies that talk down everybody that saw this coming. You get to deal with it now. It's not going away. Repent and pray to Christ. Hector Valverde, thank you so much for the donation. I hope you're having a good Sunday night. And BP, thank you for that donation. Thank you so much. You guys are so generous. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hector Valverde, again, Greg's dedication is outstanding. Thank you, Hector. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very dedicated. I try to keep you guys informed as much as I can. Adam Torres, thank you for the donation. We get the info from you 24 hours before the mainstream media releases it. Sometimes the mainstream media actually beats me, but a lot of times they don't. How is Lorna doing? Lorna, as far as I know, she's doing good. She needed to take a break from moderating. She was feeling a bit overwhelmed, so she took a break from moderating. But yeah, she's doing good as far as I know. So Putin is a Christian. We don't know if he's a Christian. We'll see. he claims to be a Christian. Those call signs are not people, they are stations. Yes, that's correct. Yep. Yeah, so Putin is being rushed to the Kremlin, or he was rushed to the Kremlin, not anymore. This was last night in Russia. It's already morning now. So that means Putin is already in the Kremlin for some reason, you know, but you could see his motorcade here speeding through the streets here, very, very high rate of speed, and the whole road shut down. They always shut down the entire road. When Putin travels to the Kremlin, they shut down the entire highway. It's not like here in the U.S. They literally shut down an entire highway for him to get to the Kremlin. So, you know, and then he has like a massive motorcade, so you never know which vehicle he's in. He's got like, you know, 50 cars or more, and you don't know which one he's in, you know. New York Adventurer says the Vancouver Canucks are facing the Nashville Predators right now in the playoffs. I wish I was home, says Putin can't love God and applaud Iran. Exactly, yeah. How could he be a Christian if he's supporting Iran, and Iran has said they want to annihilate Israel? So I can't see how Putin could be a Christian by supporting Iran. So yeah, I personally don't think he's a Christian. I'm sure a lot of you guys know my opinion, but I think he just says he is, you know, just for political reasons, you know, just like Biden says he's Catholic, you know, Biden's a Catholic. Meanwhile, he supports abortion, so how can he be...
Main cell, Raider 07 on 11.175.
You know, we just had a little radio check there. How could Biden be a Catholic if he supports abortion, you know? Same thing, Putin says he's Christian. Maybe he is, I don't know. Maybe he believes he's a Christian, but he supports Iran, and, you know, Iran hates Israel, so... Look, check this out, guys. We also have, this is pretty interesting. We have that same U.S. Navy drone heading towards Israel again now. That's pretty interesting. And then we also have this one right here, Magma 10. We have Magma 10 here. Looks like it might be going to Ukraine, possibly. We'll have to monitor Magma 10. See where it goes. And Forte 10 over here in the Black Sea is really doing a lot of loops there. Okay, Joe. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. Hope you're doing well. If you ever hear Sky King messages, EAMs, then the worry's for real. Yeah, we heard Sky King messages last Friday. We heard Sky King messages last Friday, and then Wednesday night, there were Sky Masters all night. So I have some recordings from that night. I can play them. I have so many different recordings from that night.
Last caller, this is mainsail on 11175. Say again your last, over.
Yeah, Sky King, Sky Master, and Sky Bird are all high priority EAMs. That's correct. Yep. What about the music on the EAM? I don't remember any music on the EAM. Yeah, anti-Semitism is on the rise. Hashtag culinary. That's funny. I should start putting that in my videos. Hashtag culinary. What do you guys think? Nancy says he has declared Christians terrorists. Interesting. Oh wait, did I have my? No, I had my radio on here. Yeah, you should have heard that radio check. There's no way that Putler is Christian. He can't be if he put Ukraine under attack. Exactly, yeah. I mean, you know, how could you be a Christian if you're launching these relentless assaults on Ukraine? And it's not just a military assault. He's been attacking their power grid. Like, remember last year, he was trying to take down their power grid in the middle of winter. You remember that? He was continuously bombing the Ukrainian power grid. You know, I mean, you're basically putting regular Ukrainians under immense suffering by doing that. So how could you be a Christian if you do that? You know, Christians, as far as I know, Christians don't order missile strikes on civilians. You know, I don't think Jesus would approve of that. So. Yes, Iran government hates Israel. Yeah, correct. Yeah, Iranian people, a lot of Iranian people are actually against their own government. It's just they can't overthrow the government, you know. Nancy Schiffin says our president has declared Christians terrorists. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he officially declared Christians terrorists, but I'm sure he probably thinks that. A map of the U.S. Yeah, we were just looking at the U.S. So we have this Iranian VIP plane. Looks like it might be going to somewhere in potentially India or something. Interesting. But we have 3 aerial refuelers here. Look. 1, 2, 3 aerial refuelers. What's this? We have a Pegasus now going overseas from New Hampshire. KC-46 Pegasus. So we have now 4 aerial refuelers heading over to potentially Europe. That's kind of unusual. And then we have a nuclear war command and control plane in the air. Hashtag culinary. I'm going to see if I can get some clips of culinary here. Hold on. I have a bunch of clips here.
Bear 06 is a bachelor action for 175. Happy Lima Charlie, how many over? Has you at Lima Charlie as well.
So this is a recording from Wednesday night. This is not live. This is a recording.
Bachelor, 1 message of 4 items follows. Stand by. Bachelor, 1 message of 4 items follows. Stand by. 3, Oscar, 4, Whiskey. I say again, 1 message of 4 items follows.
1 message of 4 items. You can hear like that weird noise in the background. It's like that. I don't know what that is. It almost sounds like maybe the drone of a bomber or something in the back.
Stand by. 3, Oscar, 4, Whiskey. This completes 1 message of 4 items. This is Dare 06. Out.
Someone said all those aerial refuelers are giving me Wednesday thoughts. Yeah, me too. Yeah, we got four refuelers heading over the pond for some reason, which is kind of unusual, especially this one here, the Pegasus. The Pegasus is like a super heavy refueler. Usually when they refuel the B-1s, they take off from New Hampshire. The refuelers that refuel B-1s, like when we struck the Iranian proxies a few months ago, The aerial refuelers that refueled them came from here, from New Hampshire. So, yeah, it's giving me Wednesday thoughts too.
Player 06, this is Bachelor. I'm in receipt of the following traffic. 3, Oscar, 4, Whiskey. I say again, I am in receipt of the following.
Putin versus Culinary. I think Culinary would beat Putin hands down for sure. Have there been any Skymaster messages today? Not that I'm aware of. No, there has not been any Skymaster messages. What's going on, Jim Gray? Mud and Munitions says Culinary has no idea how famous he is now. LOL, I now identify as Culinary. Yeah, he's like famous. Yeah, it's so funny. I wish I could meet that guy, and do like a little interview with him. That would be amazing. Get like an autograph. But yeah, I'm going to send a FOIA request, the Freedom of Information Act request, to the Strategic Command to see what kind of information we get about that. They probably won't tell us much, but maybe we'll get some little nuggets. Who knows?
Whiskey, how copy, over? Good copy, there, 06. Skymaster, this is Dare 05 on 111.75, over. Bear 05, this is Bachelor on 111.75. I have your Lima Charlie, how me, over. Bachelor, Dare 05 has you loud and clear, over. And Bachelor, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Bachelor, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Whiskey, Golf, Oscar, 9. I say again, one message of 4 items follows, stand by. Whiskey, Golf, Oscar, 9.
So they were reading back and forth the 4-character messages, which could have been arming codes for the missiles. 4-digit codes. You can hear them reading them back and forth.
This completes one message. All stations. This is culinary break.
Look, he just interrupted Culinary. Here we go.
Items followed. Stand by. Whiskey, Golf, Oscar, 9. This completes one message. All stations. This is culinary break. November, stand by. Quebec, 5, Yankee, Kilo, Zulu, November, stand by. Quebec, 5, Yankee, Kilo, Zulu, November, stand by. Message follows. Quebec, 5, Yankee, Kilo, Zulu, November, Mike, Sierra, Mike, Oscar, X-ray, Whiskey, Yankee, Bravo, Golf, X-ray, Golf, Tango, Foxtrot, 3, Romeo, Hotel, Sierra, India, 6, Mike, Uniform, Charlie, Bravo, 4. I say again.
So just a clip from Wednesday night. We have some breaking news. Apparently, the president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, said that Russia will invade the Baltics if Ukraine loses in Ukraine. So if Ukraine loses, then Russia will invade the Baltics. That's what Zelensky said, which is probably true. If Ukraine fails, Putin will definitely invade the Baltic nations. because he wants the USSR back, Zelensky told NBC. Wow. We do have this activity, though, interesting activity here today with these different drones here. We have one drone heading towards Israel, and then we have this Magma 10. It looks like it's going towards Libya. So pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I'm just checking to see if there's any updates on the rocket strike on the U.S. base. So we're now hearing that the U.S. Responded, I guess, if you know they launched some kind of a airstrike on the MLRS that was used by these Iranian proxies to take out or to attack our base. LB Rules, thank you for the 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Good to see you in here. 2K Gamer says, my military buddy just talked to me earlier. They are keeping an eye out on Passover. The higher-ups military officers are concerned that Iran is about to try something funny on Passover. Yeah, it's very, very possible that they could try something on Passover, absolutely. That's one of my big concerns as well, is that they could try something on Passover, you know. So, yeah, I feel the same way. I think that that's definitely a possibility. But so far the EAMs are quiet right now. They've been quiet basically all afternoon and all evening. The EAMs have been quiet. There was a small flurry of EAMs earlier, but they have since calmed down. LB Rules, thanks for the 10 memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Passover starts Tuesday. Oh, okay. It starts tomorrow, technically. Okay. God's Soldier says Monday on calendar, but the real date no one actually knows. Leviticus 23 is your answer to Passover and Pentecost. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, like when the Israelis officially, decide to celebrate it. Is tomorrow according to their traditions. George Washington was a Christian and he crossed the river on Christmas to kill the British. Yeah, but the British and Ukrainians are two separate things. Ukraine wasn't invading Russia. The British were invading America. Okay, and the British had a massive numerical and technological superiority over the U.S. at the time. Versus Ukrainians are much smaller, obviously, and outgunned. So that's not a good comparison. So George Washington was a Freemason. Yeah, he was. He was a Mason. Yep. Laura says Passover's Monday 4/22 through the following Tuesday 4/30. Manny Cruz, thank you, Manny Cruz. I appreciate that. Check out God's Soldiers Watchman. He's a buddy of mine. He's a moderator here. You probably just saw his comment. Check him out if you're interested in Bible study. He does a lot of Bible study on his channel. He's a pastor, so he knows a lot about the Bible and prophecy, and he covers also news of what's going on right now and how it relates to Bible prophecy. So check him out. Ross Snyderman says he's back. Good to see you, Ross Snyderman. Let me just see something here. I'm just going to get several flight trackers up so we can monitor multiple regions of the world at the same time. Hold on one sec here. See, I'm gonna get maybe I'll get a Moscow webcam up. We can watch Moscow too at the same time. Get the webcam going. Yeah, so it does look like a nice day, but you can actually see everything is wet in the video here on the webcam in Moscow. You can see everything is wet, so that footage is legit. It's not fake. I don't know why everybody thinks everything is fake these days. It's like something they don't agree with is fake. Just because you don't agree with something doesn't make it fake. I'm sorry. If you don't like the truth, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's fake. It's just these days everything is just fake, fake, fake. It's so easy to call everything fake, you know? How do you know it's fake? Is it just because it scares you that it makes it fake? I don't understand. Makes no sense to me. This E6 here looks like it came from Davis Monthan. It might have undergone some maintenance, possibly. Oh no, Tucson International Airport. Interesting. We got these aerial refuelers heading overseas, and also C7 or C5 going overseas from Delaware. Pretty interesting. Biden is a deep fake. That's funny. That's funny. Was Watchwoman was in here? I must have just missed her. Watchwoman. Let's see. Someone's saying goodnight, Watchwoman. Trying to see. Watchwoman 65, if you're still in here, I hope you're doing well. Watchwoman says, thank you, love you all. Good night. Hopefully we'll see everyone in the air. Amen. Watchwoman 65. Check out Watchwoman 65. She does a lot of Bible prophecy and end times coverage. Check her out. She's a very nice person. She's shouted me out a lot. Check her out. I don't know. If the Wisconsin National Guard is going to Poland, they'll feel right at home. Yes, that's correct, because Wisconsin is similar to Poland. Yeah, very similar, almost identical climate. Almost identical climate. Almost identical. Yep. That's why there's so many Polish people in Wisconsin, because it feels like home almost for them. But yeah, we have these drones in the Mediterranean now, and then we also have Forte 10 up here in the Black Sea, so something could be going down. We have Putin's motorcade getting rushed to the Kremlin earlier last night. Not sure what that's about. We had an attack on a U.S. air base in Syria by Iranian proxies. Who do you think Putin will target in the Baltics first? I think he's going to target Estonia and Lithuania, potentially Lithuania first. I think he'll probably target Lithuania first. Tommy Z, good to see you, Tommy Z. Yaktam Greg, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking, Tommy Z. I'm in Wisconsin and I'm half Polish. Yeah, Wisconsin is has the most Polish people of any state in the U.S. Christopher Kriva says, my best friends in Wisconsin were all Polish. Yeah, Wisconsin has some harsh winters. Did you hear about 3 Black Hawk helicopters landing in Chattanooga Friday night? I have family there who called me about it. Special Forces guys were seen running down the road. Wow, I didn't hear about that. I didn't hear about that. That's crazy. I mean, there's been just a lot of activity with the U.S. military all over. Is there anything important going on right now? Yes, we have this video here showing Putin being rushed to the Kremlin last night. For some reason, we also had a U.S. base in Syria come under attack by Iraqi pro-Iranian forces from Iraq. 5 rockets were launched. 3 actually hit the base. So far, no injuries or casualties or damage, supposedly, according to the U.S. military. Justine Paduch says, I'm 100% Polish. Heather Sellers near Oak Ridge. I don't know. Oak Ridge is further north of Chattanooga. Oh, and yeah, so another thing that want to just share with you guys here. If you missed it, because I kind of got off on a tangent in the beginning of the stream, but we had NATO transmitting some data over our nuclear forces frequency. So that could mean that NATO is on high alert. Let me play that for you. So this was a NATO transmission on a U.S. nuclear forces frequency yesterday. They were broadcasting this all day. So that means NATO is on high alert for some reason. Corey says, my GF is from Krakow, Wisconsin. Ross says, I slammed that troll. Yeah, I body slammed that troll. Power bombed. So very interesting. Melissa says big fighter jet without wings being hauled down the highway in Buffalo. Wow. Very interesting. KJF says I was adopted from Poland in 1994. Pulaski, Wisconsin. Yeah, Pulaski, that's the General Casimir Pulaski. He literally saved George Washington's life. Casimir Pulaski was a Polish general that he's known as the father of the cavalry here in America. He created the first cavalry regiment in the U.S. He was hired by the Founding Fathers because the Founding Fathers needed someone that was good with horses because the Founding Fathers, they had no experience using cavalry, and so they were looking around, and this Polish general who, Poland fought with horses for hundreds of years, so he volunteered to fight with the Americans against the British, and he trained all the colonists on how to fight with horses, and he was the commander of the first American Cavalry Regiment, and that's why you always see the Pulaski name everywhere, because it's named after him. He was the father of the American Cavalry. That's what they call him. And he also saved George Washington one time in the Battle of Savannah. George Washington was almost killed, and Pulaski came with his cavalry and saved George Washington. George Washington was outnumbered, and he was basically about to die, and his whole unit was going to get killed, and he came to the rescue. So that's 100% real. You can look that up. So a lot of people don't really know that, but that's why you always see Pulaski everywhere, the name Pulaski. What would Putin gain by the Baltics? He's creating a buffer zone in the Ukraine so missiles can't hit Russia's nukes. First of all, Ukraine as a buffer zone is not so much about missiles, because missiles these days can fly all around the world. So it's not about the missiles. It's more about, like radars and pre-positioning of intelligence equipment close to Russia's borders, and also for economic reasons. It's a threat to Russia's economy to have a EU member right next to them, So, Tarina Mullins, I lived in Pulaski County, Kentucky for almost 20 years. Wow. God's Soldier says, I preach in a garage and streets. The homeless are very aware of the end times. I'm breaking up. Am I breaking up, guys? Someone said I'm breaking up and hard to watch. Maybe that's your connection. Your connection must be bad, because I don't hear anybody else complaining about that. So check your connection. Amy King says culinary that Greg was talking about is the radio operator that was transmitting codes on Wednesday. Yeah, my stream is fine. Yeah, so check your connection, pal. Make sure your connection is good. Ross Snyderman says first ban of the night. 5x5. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. You guys remember the other night I was talking to myself for like 20 minutes before I realized that my microphone was off. I was talking to myself for like 20 minutes, and then I finally realized that my mic was off. Air Force is turning transponders off. Interesting. Sound is great, and the video. I'm glad to hear that, Michael. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, I reported on the red heifer already. Yep, they're supposed to sacrifice the red heifer tomorrow, supposedly. We'll see what happens. But yes, it doesn't surprise me because, look, you know, the third temple is probably closer to being built than ever before because, I mean, Iran almost hit the second temple, the temple we have now, almost got hit by missiles last week. I mean, there's literally videos of missiles flying over the temple. Okay, so that would be like a perfect reason to rebuild the temple or build the third temple is imagine Iran next time, maybe during Passover, they're going to launch a strike on Israel, and maybe they're going to actually hit the temple this time. And then Israel's going to rebuild it, you know, and that'll be the third temple. Maybe that's what's going to happen. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. New York Adventure says, my connection is all good. I hear you pretty well. Okay, I'm glad to hear that, man. Thanks for letting me know. And I hope all is well with you. Pulaski statue needed repair. They found a human bone in the pedestal base. Oh, wow. Interesting. Missiles on the Ukrainian border could hit Russia's strategic nukes with less than 5 minutes to respond. Other countries on Russian borders have nukes. Correct. Yeah, that's a bunch of BS about the, you know, missiles could hit Russia. Obviously, if Ukraine was part of NATO and then NATO moved missiles into Ukraine, then yeah, that would reduce the warning time. But you already have the Baltic countries, you already have Finland, you already have Sweden that are next to Russia. In fact, Finland and Sweden are potentially more dangerous for Russia because they're very close to Russia's northern fleet. Russia has the northern fleet in Murmansk. That's where Russia has most of their nuclear-armed submarines, and Finland is literally a stone's throw from that. So now NATO could easily hit Russia's northern fleet, you know, with cruise missiles or whatever. So that's just an excuse, I think, that Putin made that up about the drone, about, you know, Ukraine being able to hit Russia from, you know, that's just an excuse. I mean, it wasn't really about that. It was just about NATO expansion. It was about NATO expansion. That's what it was about. So, yeah, Ukraine is supposed to be getting the ATACMS as soon as that bill is passed this week. The Senate is going to pass it. Correct, Denise, that's correct. I know the Dome of the Rock is not a temple. I'm aware of that. I know. I'm aware of that. Yep, I know the mosque is sitting on top of where the temple should be on the Temple Mount. Yes, I am aware of that. But I'm just explaining to you kind of so you understand. I'm trying to make it more simple to understand. Turning off transponders makes me think they may be for intel security reasons. What's going on, Duramax? How's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, these planes right here, they're actually not turning their transponders off. They're just losing reception because they're flying over the Atlantic, so there's no reception out here. They're just flying over the ocean, you know, so there's no way to pick them up over here. So they're not actually turning their transponders off, but there were a lot of them that went over. So we'll see where they land. We'll probably find out in the morning where these planes went. But a C5 Galaxy that could potentially have military equipment for Ukraine. That's the heaviest plane for the military for cargo purposes. That could be potentially either for Ukraine, or it could be just American buildup in Europe. Like I was saying, Wisconsin National Guard moving to Europe could be related to that. And then we have multiple KC-135s going over as well, which is kind of unusual for this time of night. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what happens here. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, Disney is 666. Are EAMs going wild? No, EAMs are quiet right now. I have them turned on this whole time, so if we were to hear them, if they were going wild, we would hear them right now. I have them turned on, so they're quiet as far as I know. I mean, based on my radio receiver. Yeah, they're quiet. But yeah, we had this weird transmission, this data going over 11175 all day yesterday, this weird signal. This was all day yesterday on the nuclear frequency. So, not sure what that was about. Let me just check and see some headlines here. My stream is working good, no lagging. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that there's no lagging. And then we had that over-the-horizon radar turned on Friday. Someone turned on an over-the-horizon radar Friday. So bear in mind that is probably just the ADS-B transponders turned off. The ATC Mode C transponders that enhance their presence on ATC radars are likely still on, just not broadcasting. Yeah, we have to keep an eye on the stock market over Passover and potentially Iran launching a strike on Passover. That's what I'm very concerned about. Let's just see what's the stock market doing now. Oil prices, let's see. They've dropped a little bit since yesterday. They dropped like 0.5%. It'll be interesting to see how the stock market opens tomorrow. It'll be interesting. My guess is it probably nothing is going to happen. The stock market is artificially inflated too. Remember, they have the plunge protection team. So anytime something is happening, they dump money into the stocks to prevent the stock market from crashing too much. If you want to become a member of the channel, you have to click the join button. There should be like a little join button right next to where it says subscribe. You should see like join. So that's how you become a member. And if you're a member, you don't have to wait for the time limit in the chat. The time limit, you can chat as much as you want. You're immune to the time limit in the chat if you're a member. And then you get access to some extras as well. Walt Disney was a 33rd degree Freemason. Honesty Policy says Wednesday freaked me out for sure. Did you hear about the downed Israeli F-35? No, I actually didn't hear about the downed Israeli F-35. No. I did not hear about that. I have to look into it. So yeah, we have one of the Iranian proxies, the Kataib Hezbollah, saying that they will restart strikes on U.S. forces. I really don't know why they would rush Putin to the Kremlin, but it's definitely, you can see in the webcam that it's wet over there, so it's not a fake video. I'll enlarge the video so you can see. Let me move it up here. You can see the roof here. You see the roof. It's a metal roof, but you can see it kind of has like a wet look to it. So I don't know. Yeah, Wednesday was insane. Wednesday was insane. Comuna is the oldest military vessel still on active service, built in 1912. Interesting. Joel says that sound you're hearing is RTTY. You can decode that with the right software. Yeah, I've heard that you can decode it. I've heard that, yep. Let me just check and see some information here. Hang on one second, guys. Yeah, hit the thumbs up button if you can. Hit the thumbs up button. I would appreciate it. Oh yeah, I see this video of French forces arriving in Odessa, but I can't confirm if it's legit or not. There is a video circulating of French forces arriving in Odessa, but I'm afraid to share it because I don't know if it's real. I think it's going to be crazy this week. I have a bad feeling that something's going to happen this week because of Passover. I think the Iranian proxies and possibly Iran are going to do something. Oh, look, we have a Russian air defense system being moved around in Tehran. Let me see if I can share that with you guys. Russian air defense being moved in Iran. Let me share that with you guys. Wow, we have the Ayatollah Khamenei. The Ayatollah Khamenei is posting some weird stuff on Twitter. Let me share that with you. But yeah, Iran literally fired rockets at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I mean, that is just insane, guys. I mean, just absolutely insane. You know. It's just crazy that they would fire, you know, at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's just really bizarre. You guys remember that video, right? When they were firing at the mosque. So the Ayatollah Khamenei on Twitter, he wrote, "Trust in God and be aware that his promise to defend the faithful is definite and inviolable." And he wrote hashtag Al-Aqsa flood, hashtag true promise. Wow, crazy. So I don't think it's over between Iran and Israel. It's just the beginning. It's definitely not over. So here we have this video here coming out of Iran. S-300s being moved around in Iran. Let me see here. So we have this new video that just came out. showing S-300s in Iran in the capital Tehran. So pretty interesting. It's just coming out right now. So we have to be on high alert because Passover, something could happen during Passover, guys. It's this whole week. So we have to be on high alert. T.W. Perry says, sorry I'm late to the party. I sat in my recliner and poof, several hours have just gone. Yeah, I know how you feel. I know how you feel. But it's not over, guys. The situation between Iran and Israel, it's not over. And then the situation with Hamas is if Iran doesn't do anything else, I think Israel's going to go into Rafah. And when they go into Rafah, I think that we're going to see the Muslim world go crazy. We're going to see all kinds of chaos when that happens. If it happens, if it gets to that point, it's possible that Iran may strike before that happens. We'll have to wait and see. So can I get a general update? Yeah. For those of you guys just tuning in, all the major headlines are in the red and yellow bars. But basically, we have a video footage showing Putin's motorcade being rushed to the Kremlin. We had some unusual radio transmissions yesterday, potentially indicating that NATO has gone on alert. We have a U.S. base that was struck by Iranian proxies in Syria. So one of our bases, a U.S. base, got hit by Iranian proxies. And the U.S. apparently launched some kind of a retaliation strike. We have one of the Iranian proxies saying tonight that they're going to resume strikes on U.S. bases. And we also have some heightened military activity across the U.S. I've been getting flooded with videos from various parts of the country showing military activity. Trains full of equipment, which I was sharing earlier. And then yesterday I got some information, actually Friday I think it was, I got information from a subscriber saying that the Wisconsin National Guard is going over to Europe. We have unconfirmed footage coming out of Ukraine. We have unconfirmed footage coming out of Ukraine showing French forces arriving in Ukraine in Odessa, but that is unconfirmed at this time. It could be real. It's hard to say, but there were some videos showing Russian military vehicles arriving, or not Russian, French military vehicles arriving in Odessa. Okay. And now we have breaking news that Putin was rushed to the Kremlin in the middle of the night last night, because it's already morning time in Russia, So, we have this footage that just came out showing S-300 air defenses being moved around Tehran. So, there's the video of Putin's motorcade. So, speaking of culinary, I just made an incredible Gouda mac and cheese. Oh man, that's good. Or Gouda mac and cheese. Yeah, that sounds really good. I wonder what Culinary is up to tonight. He's probably on a beach in the Caribbean with some hot ladies hanging out with him, sharing a margarita. He's probably getting a foot rub from some hot Caribbean lady on the beach. Green Greg's is in the chat. Green Greg's in the house. Is Putin a scootin'? It looks like he is. Yeah, there's this video circulating around saying that Putin has been rushed to the Kremlin for some reason. I'm not sure why. We have aerial refuelers going overseas for some reason in the middle of the night. Multiple KC-135s. We have some interesting drones in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea. We have a Forte 10, the RQ-4. And we have this naval reconnaissance drone that actually just looks like it went off the flight tracker. It headed towards, looks like Libya here. This Navy reconnaissance drone, and it just turned its tracker off. And then here we have this other drone here doing loops near Sicily. So something interesting is going on. We also have this Iranian government VIP plane. Looks like it might be going to India possibly, or China. Maybe it's going to China. I don't know. It's flying over Pakistan now, which is interesting because Iran and Pakistan, they don't get along. So I'm surprised that they're flying over Pakistan. But this is usually the Iranian president's plane. This plane right here. Iran 02, that's usually the Iranian president's plane. So maybe the Iranian president is flying somewhere for diplomatic reasons. Still no word out of Iran. We haven't heard anything from Iran. Any indications that Iran is going to strike Israel or anything. We still haven't heard any updates on that. So Dan Zarks, good to see you, Dan Zarks. Thanks for showing up. I hope you're doing well. Jeremy Olson, how's it going, Jeremy? Was there any outgoing flights leaving Moscow at the same time they were rushing to the Kremlin? That's a good question. I guess we can check. I mean, there's nothing right now. That was just a few hours ago. I don't think so. I didn't see any military flights leaving Moscow. What's going on, Catcher on the Rye Bread? Good to see you. MRS Tlavery, thank you for the updates. Yeah, no problem. Green Greg's in the house. Check out the Green Greg's channel. He's got some good content. He's done a lot of good videos on nuclear war. I know a lot of you guys watch my nuclear war videos. He's got some really good nuclear war videos, surviving nuclear war on his main channel. Can I tell you more about the earthquake? Yeah, you mean New Madrid? New Madrid, yeah. Or New Madrid, as some people like to say. Yeah, I mean, just in the last couple of days, there's been a lot of activity here near the New Madrid fault. It's continuous activity here now. I mean, just let's see, like, last 30 days, look at all these quakes in the last 30 days in the New Madrid. It's pretty active there now, So we got to keep an eye out, see what happens with that. Now this is interesting. Look at this one KC-135. It took off from Dallas and it went all the way up to Canada, and then it turned around and came back. That is interesting. I wonder what happened there. And then look, it's landing near St. Louis now. That's weird. It just went all the way up to Ottawa, and then it turned around and came back. Oh, I got to update you guys on Goose Bay, the fire in Goose Bay. I gotta update you guys on that. I'm gonna check on that right now. I almost forgot about that. The Canadian base, Goose Bay, where they have a NORAD site there and they have NATO battalions there. I'm not hearing any updates so far about Goose Bay. I'm checking some sources here to see what happened with that fire, but that's pretty suspicious, you know. It's suspicious for there to be a fire at Goose Bay because, you know, that's where NATO has a multinational fighter squadron there. They do a lot of training at Goose Bay, and then they have the radar that points eastward from there. So it's pretty suspicious. I wonder if it's some kind of sabotage attack. This KC-135 is really interesting. It flew all the way up to Ontario, and then it just turned around and came back. That's really weird. I wonder why they would do something like that. I don't know if anybody has any theories. If anybody has any theories, put them in the chat. I'd like to see what you guys think about that. But yeah, there's just been a lot of unusual military activity. For those of you guys just tuning in, let me share some footage here. We have Putin's Kremlin, Putin's motorcade going to the Kremlin. So we have this video footage here that was sent to me by a subscriber in New Mexico, and it shows all this equipment going east to Texas from New Mexico. I don't know where this equipment is destined, but it's a massive amount of equipment here on this train in New Mexico. It's definitely not normal. And, you know, so I'm trying to see if there's any updates on Goose Bay. Okay, so yeah, the Goose Bay fire is under control. The Goose Bay fire is under control. State of emergency has ended. So that fire is now under control. There's no longer a risk of any explosion. So that fire has been brought under control. That was on Friday night. Yeah, the New Madrid fault line caused multiple earthquakes. 7.0 plus 1811, 1812. There were also a lot of strong aftershocks, and there's a high chance that FEMA says that if there was a New Madrid quake, that it would be the worst natural disaster in America if that were to happen. FEMA said a serious earthquake in the New Madrid seismic zone could result in the highest economic losses due to a natural disaster in the U.S., causing widespread and catastrophic damage across Alabama, Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas, and particularly Tennessee. Wow. So what's going on, Vanessa? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know why that aerial refueler went near Ottawa and then it turned around and came back. AT&T outage was reported to be a hack. So there was an AT&T outage today, I guess. I have no information on that right now, but I can look up more info. See you later, Heather Sellers. Thanks for tuning in, Heather. Goose Bay was shut down years ago. I don't think it's shut down. That doesn't sound right. Iranian president has an official visit to Pakistan. Ah, now it makes sense. Okay. Okay. Mark Brackenhoff says, thanks for putting in this work for us. Yeah, no problem. There's a lot of stuff going on, so just trying to stay aware of everything. Someone said green Greggs and ham. That's funny. That's funny. Check for small private planes heading to the northern part of Russia. Small private planes? Okay. I'll check it out. Interesting. Small private planes heading out of Russia. Heading to northern Russia. Interesting. Usually they're government planes, if I'm not mistaken, when Putin goes to somewhere. Should I switch to Spectrum for phone? Can I zoom in? What do you want me to zoom in on? The flight tracker, maybe? I can do that. I'm still learning this streaming software. I'm pretty good with it, but I'm trying to get better at it, so it might take me a little time. Yeah, it's pretty quiet here. We would have to do a playback and see. We can do a playback and go back a couple hours and see if anything was going on here when Putin was rushed to the Kremlin. Yeah, there was some activity here. Let's see, Russian Air Force Special Flight Squadron. Yeah, would have been right around the time that he would have been rushed, because it was, I heard it was 11:10 p.m. local time. So that would have been like, what, 3 in the afternoon here? So that would have been like 8 hours ago. So from what I understand is when Putin is rushed somewhere, it means something serious is going on. They usually don't rush him anywhere, you know, unless something is important happening, you know. But yeah, I do see this one plane here a couple hours ago, Ilyushin 96-300. I think that's some kind of airborne command post. Ilyushin 300, let me see. I always forget which one that is. That's one of their airborne command posts, I believe. Or maybe it's his Air Force One. I can't remember. There's like 3 or 4. Oh yeah, so the Putin's presidential plane is a 300 PU. This one is just a 300, but it's possible that it's Putin's presidential plane. It's just, but yeah, the PU is the presidential one. But it's really hard to know where he is at all times. I mean, it's... Yeah, we still have Forte 10 out there in the Black Sea. So we could potentially see some kind of strikes tonight. So that's pretty much all the breaking news that I have, guys. I don't know if you guys want me to, maybe we can look at some Russian military bases together. Vanessa says I'm going to look for that Putin video. Okay. I don't know if you guys want to look at some Russian military bases. Maybe we can look at some Russian bases together. I think the Putin news is propaganda. Can I zoom in on the Ottawa map after the Euro-Russia map? Chalk River and Patawa are very close. Yeah, I can do that. Sure. Sure, I can do that. Yeah, that's because it's strange how it went all the way up to Canada and then it just... The EAMs are quiet right now, but yet it went right up to... It just turned around here in this little area. Yeah, Patawa. Is there like a airfield there? Oh yeah, military museum, yeah. Some kind of military museum. Yeah, it just turned around and came back. It's weird. Is he going to a G8 meeting? I don't think he's in the G8, is he? I don't know what the G8 is. Is there even a G8? I don't know. Patawa base. Oh, okay. Someone said Iran nuclear base just got attacked. Interesting. There are now sources saying that the Israeli attack in Iran was supposed to be an EMP strike via F-35 mounted nuclear weapon. The F-35 was shot down over Jordan by Russia. News is being suppressed. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't hear that. That's pretty crazy. What's going on, Duramax News? We have a few protests going on at Yale and MIT. Oh, I think I saw something about that. I'm going to take a look. Someone said Iran is under attack again. Kevin says hello from Maine. What's going on? Kevin says, I don't watch my regular news anymore. I just tune into your show. Thank you, Kevin. I don't know how often I'm going to be doing these streams. I know a lot of people like these streams. That's why I decided to do one tonight. I was going to just do a video tonight, but I know a lot of you guys like these streams, so I figured I would do another stream. God Soldier says you got to tell them to hit the like button. It helps the AI algorithm, or it helps the algorithm. Yeah, hit the thumbs up button, guys, if you can. If you can, it would help me out. Just hit the thumbs up button. That makes a difference, especially if there's a lot of them. It makes a little bit of a difference. Four Wheel Taco says, I'm new to your channel and you have great content. Keep it up and God bless. Thank you, Four Wheel Taco. I appreciate it. Thanks for the info, Duramax. I appreciate it. If you guys never seen Duramax before, check out his channel. He does live coverage of news 24/7. He's got a stream up right now, actually. He does live flight tracking and everything. EAMs. Duramax World News now. His channel's now Duramax World News. Thomas Miller says, gotta finish praying. Thanks for everything. Dziękuję bardzo. God bless. Thank you, Thomas Miller. I appreciate it. Yes, so I don't know why this KC-135 turned around. It's pretty weird. Not sure why that would happen, but Google shows the hangar in Goose Bay. Anne Marie says, we like the live streams, Greg. It gives us a chance to talk to you and get to know new people. Oh, okay. Okay. You're awesome. You, Greg, and Culinary are the dream team. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, a lot of you guys like the live streams. Melanie Yamakovich says, greetings from Pittsburgh. Yeah, I'm going to do more live streams. I know a lot of you guys like them, so I'm going to start doing more of them. Kevin says, this is my only source of news, not fake at all. Had the flu the last 4 days, a bit better, missed watching. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. Don't believe Russia shot anything or Damascus would meet up with prophecy real quick. Yeah, that's right. No, I don't think that's true. That if Russia would not shoot down a F-35, that's insane. I don't think that would happen. I guess it's possible, but we would never know if that's the case. Kara Spindler says hello from Vermont. Love the live streams. Mr. Perkins says live streams are the best. M. Brock says this is the only credible source of information. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Renee LaPierre says Chalk River, just north of Petawa, has a nuclear laboratory and handles nuclear waste. Oh, wow. That's pretty weird. So, you guys hear that? The area where that KC-135 flew over in Canada, there's actually a nuclear waste store place over there, which is pretty interesting. What is up with that F-35 shot down? It's too quiet for it. I'm sure if it did happen, Iran would be all over it. Something weird is going on with Iran. It's just too quiet, you know. It's too quiet. The whole situation with Iran, it just doesn't sit right with me. Something weird about it. Crusher says Culinary, Sky King, and Greg are the dream team. Sky Master on the sidelines. I'm not hearing anything about Iran being under attack. Do EMP shields work with older model vehicles? I honestly don't have much experience with EMP shields, so I don't want to say one way or the other. I don't know. I haven't really tested it. I don't know if there's a way you could even test an EMP shield. I don't know how you could even test it. Maybe if you parked your car next to a an MRI machine or something, then maybe you could test the EMP shield. But I don't know how you even know if the EMP shield even works, you know. But yeah, apparently the area where this KC-135 turned around at, there's like a nuclear waste site over there. That's pretty weird. And then, yeah, we have these KC-135s heading over and a C-5 Galaxy heading over the pond. So something weird is going on. But yeah, the whole situation with Iran, it just doesn't sit well. Like, how it all went down is just really bizarre, you know. Like, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but James Morani says Karen was the second person on the stream to hear music and Chinese on EAM on Duramax. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Any advice on phone or computer app download software for RLF listening? I'm not sure, actually. I mean, you could put Duramax on. He has the EMPs going 24/7 on his live stream. You could turn his live stream on and just keep it on in the background, and you'll hear the EAMs that way. A lot of people do that, but I'm not sure about apps that would let you listen that could be reliable. I don't use any apps for listening to EAMs. I use the computer. I use Kiwi SDR is what I use. Melanie Brooks says hello from Texas. Watchwoman65 told me about you. Thanks for your information. Thank you, Melanie. Yeah, Watchwoman65. She's a nice person. She's been shouting me out a lot the last few months. So check her out, Watchwoman65. I'm sure a lot of you guys know who she is, but she does a lot of news coverage and end times prophecy coverage. Where do you go if a nuke is launched during the night if you don't have a basement and malls, government buildings, or other stores are closed? That's a good question. Depends. Are you in the city or are you in the country? If you're in the country, your best bet, if you're talking about like a fallout shelter, if you're in the countryside, you're going to want to find like a cave or something, or an old mine shaft, or like a cavern, maybe a big culvert. Sometimes if you have like a big highway, sometimes you have huge culverts that go under the highways, and some of these culverts can be quite large. Any abandoned train tunnels, or even active train tunnels, at that point the trains are not going to be going. If you live in a hilly area where there's a lot of hills, you'll have train tunnels that go through the hills. You find like an old train tunnel. If you're in the city, the best bet is to go into a train station or subway station. That's going to be an amazing shelter for everything. Blast, heat, radiation. Go into a train station underground. It has to be underground, obviously. So any metro station in any big city underground will be an excellent shelter. Any kind of tunnel, think of any tunnels. Like if you live in a city, there's a lot of like tunnels that go under rivers or under mountains. Any kind of tunnel, think of that. Also, you have utility shafts that go under the streets in big cities. You have utility shafts where they run all the electricity and the cables and everything, because they don't have room up top to put power lines, so they run them underground. You can access those utility shafts, and that they're underground. You can hide in there, But yeah, it's really strange the way Sky King is active now. I don't hear any Sky King messages. Maybe I have to restart. Let me see. Maybe Let me see. I don't hear any Sky King going. Yeah, I don't hear any Sky King messages now. I'm on 11175, 11175. That's what I'm using. Yeah, the whole situation with Iran and Israel, it just doesn't sit right with me. It's really strange, how it's really strange how first of all, we had that crazy night, Wednesday night into Thursday, with, all the emergency action messages, the nuclear attack options, the code, arming codes that were being broadcasted. We had that. And then the next day, there was just like a very minimal strike by Israel, supposedly a very minimal strike. And now it's like super quiet. We're not hearing anything out of Iran. It just doesn't make any sense, I don't think we've seen the last of Iran by any means. I think something's brewing. I think something is brewing. I think Iran is going to do something. I just don't know when, if it's going to be during Passover or if it's going to be after Passover. Amy King says 9 hours of Skymaster messages nonstop talking over each other. Yeah, I have it all saved. If you want to rewatch the stream, it's saved. If you want to rewatch that night and relive the chaos, relive the the craziness. You can listen to that stream, and it was insane. I've never heard anything like that in my life, and I hope I never will. Where's the best place in PA? The best place in PA is North Central PA. That's going to be the safest place. That's why I moved here. I moved here because it's the safest place in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic region. PA in general doesn't have any nuclear war targets except Letterkenny and Raven Rock, which are all the way down by Maryland. So those are really the only two targets in PA is Letterkenny, where they build Patriot missiles, and then Raven Rock, the alternate National Military Command Center. But everywhere else, there's not really a lot of targets. I mean, pretty much anywhere in PA is pretty good to be, because you're kind of, as long as you're kind of further away from Philly and New Jersey. New Jersey has a lot of people, so like Eastern PA is not really the best, because you have a lot of people right next to you in New Jersey, you know, that would come flooding over. In a crisis, they would flood over from New Jersey, New York. But Central and West PA is the best spot in PA. Wellsboro, yeah, Wellsboro is a great spot. Yep, Wellsboro. I have a lot of videos from the area around Wellsboro, the Grand Canyon of PA. I have some footage from. I go there pretty often. 2K Gamer, see you later, 2K. Travel with me says from AK, where can I get a transmitter radio? I'm not sure what you mean by a transmitter radio. If you could respond with, are you trying to communicate like a ham radio, or you're trying to listen to things? What is your goal? Thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. CNN equals Communist National Network, or Communist News Network. Yeah, it's CNN, Communist News Network. It's like one of those cheap jokes, you know. It's so it's funny, but it's easy. Like California, that's a classic one too. How would I rate Kitty Hawk, North Carolina for safety? Let me see, Kitty Hawk. Where is that? I don't know North Carolina too well. With all these different names. Okay, Kitty Hawk. Looks like that's on the Cape Hatteras. Kitty Hawk, being that it's on the Cape Hatteras seashore, you do have a bridge close by, so you could evacuate if you had to. I would say you do have a nuclear war target just to your north. You have Norfolk Naval Base. Norfolk Naval Base is definitely going to get hit with a nuke if there's nuclear war. So that's a threat potentially to you. Other than that, it's not a bad area, because you are pretty far from big cities. Like you have, Virginia Beach is not super big, but you have a good distance from Virginia Beach. And you have natural barriers because you have water around you. So it's not a bad spot. I mean, it's never good to be like on an island, but you do have a bridge right near you. So as long as that bridge is intact, you could evacuate if you had to. You actually, looks like you have two bridges. You have one right next to you, and then you have one a little bit to the south. So as long as those bridges stay intact, you could evacuate. It's probably not a bad area. It's not a bad area. I would say it's an okay area. It's not. I wouldn't pick it as my number one spot for surviving SHTF, but it's not bad for North Carolina, and it's actually on the coast, so there's a lot of resources. You can go fishing and catch a ton of saltwater fish. The only downside is hurricanes over there. That's a very hurricane prone area, so that's the downside to being there. And then plus you're on an island. Those would be the biggest downsides. Otherwise, there's low population. You're far from big cities. So yeah, Kitty Hawk. I would say is pretty decent. You know, I would say it's pretty decent. Someone said Southwest PA. Yeah, Southwest PA is a nice area. It's a decent spot. A little bit close to Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh is not a huge city, and also there's a lot of natural hill terrain, so that slows people down. James Ryan says, I'm in the Ozarks. Ozarks are one of the best areas in the country for surviving SHTF. Ozarks. Thank you for the donation, the Ark Jesus. Hello from Kansas. Thank you for all your work. Yeah, no problem. One of these days I got to make it over to Kansas. I've never been to Kansas. I've never been there. I've been to South Dakota and Iowa, but I've never been to Kansas before. Ed Shue says, I live near Letterkenny in PA, but don't forget about the Naval Depot in Mechanicsburg as well as the U.S. Army War College. Yes, there is the U.S. Army War College. That's true, and there's a Naval Depot, but I don't think those are primary. Those are not primary nuclear war targets. That would be more like secondary or tertiary targets. The main target would be Letterkenny and Raven Rock. Those would be the two biggest targets in Pennsylvania. Wow, Kat Sweef, she's from Sweden. She's reporting that phone service is down across Sweden. No emergency calls can get through. Wow, that's crazy. Can you send me a link to that, Kat Sweef, if you have any information about it? Like, I'd love to share some more information about it. Yeah, Green Gregs and Duramax, great channels. Check them out. Great guys. Northern Minnesota is a good area. Northern Minnesota. Yeah, Northern Minnesota is a really good area. Aside from the politics of Minnesota, it's tons of resources. It's a really good area, Northern Minnesota. It's just really cold, but we have some breaking news coming out of Australia. Australia is reviewing their travel advisory for Kosovo. They might upgrade their travel advisory for Kosovo. That's pretty concerning. Maybe something is brewing in Kosovo. Maybe Serbia is about to attack them or something. But it looks like Australia is looking into potentially Australia is looking to potentially raise their travel advisory for Kosovo. We have some riots in Paris. Apparently, there were some riots in Paris. Afghanis are apparently causing chaos in Paris, or they were yesterday. Wow. Yeah, but for some reason Putin has been rushed to the Kremlin. We don't know why. We're monitoring it. You know what I wonder, guys? This like video of Putin being rushed to the Kremlin. Just occurred to me something about it. Wanted to get your opinion. Let me know what you guys think. So you see that video on the top right corner? So that's apparently Putin getting rushed to the Kremlin. What's interesting is anytime Putin gets rushed to the Kremlin, they always get a video of him doing it. I don't know if somebody lives I'm guessing somebody must live in an apartment here, and that's how they get that video. But how exactly do they get that video? You know what I mean? Like, they're basically like in the perfect time to get that video as the cars are driving by. I guess maybe they lived there on that street, and then they knew that the road was closed, so they stood outside with a camera and started filming or something. That's what it seems like. I guess, yeah, that's probably what it is. But I have no doubt that that's a legit video. It looks legit because you can actually see the budding trees. You see how there's like little green buds on the trees. It's early spring in Russia. You can see the little green buds. So let's just check some of the weather here in the U.S. There's some multiple freeze warnings across the U.S. We actually have a freeze warning in my area. Actually, no, I think I'm under a freeze warning. It's supposed to go below freezing tonight. We're supposed to go down below freezing tonight, which is not uncommon for this area for April. It's actually pretty normal. We get snow here in April many times. Almost every year we get snow in April. Usually up until the end of April you can get snow. But massive frost advisories across the Midwest. So any of you guys in the Midwest, anywhere in like the eastern U.S., it's going to be a cool night. So make sure you guys cover any plants that you have. If you started gardening or something already, make sure you cover your plants and all that, I'll just show you guys what I'm talking about here. You can see on the National Weather Service map there, you see all the areas shaded in blue. Let's see if I can make it bigger. All the areas shaded in blue, those are frost advisories, freeze warnings. So it's going to be a cool night, so make sure you guys cover your plants and all that. Bring your animals inside. It's a freeze warning, freeze warnings, frost advisories. Someone said rocket alert. Organic Machina says, I kept hearing about an invasion in New York and the Great Lakes, any major city. Interesting. Someone said sirens. Where are their sirens going off? Greg, where do you suggest going if you're located in North Jersey? North Jersey, North Jersey, your best bet, to be honest. I would like to say my area where I live is a good area, but then everybody from North Jersey is going to come here. But yeah, honestly, if you're in Northern Jersey, your best bet is to go into interior Pennsylvania. You want to get to the interior part of Pennsylvania. That's going to be your best bet because you're going to have a lot of natural barriers around you and you're going to be pretty far from any big cities. Plus, Pennsylvania is a lot more free than New Jersey or New York, so you can actually stockpile weapons and ammo and do a lot of things that are a little more difficult to do as a prepper in places like New York or New Jersey. A lot more leniency on property laws and stuff, you know, and construction laws. Other than that, if you don't want to go to PA, I would go to New Hampshire, northern New Hampshire, north of Lake Winnipesaukee. That's a good spot. Anywhere north of like Lake Winnipesaukee is good. It's a lot colder there though, and a lot more snow, so you got to factor that in. And it might be hard to get there from North Jersey, depending on the time of the year. If it's like winter time, I mean, even getting over here is difficult in the winter with all the hills and the snow and ice. But in the winter, going up to New Hampshire, that's like suicide mission. If there's no, if there's no plowing going on, the roads are just going to be so dangerous with snow and ice. Forget it. You know, you're gonna slide off into a ditch or off of a mountain. So, John Hoover, what's going on, John Hoover? I love Ukraine. I always find party in Russia. The party always finds me. That's funny. Yeah, it does find you. All the activity and solar minimum. Yeah, right. We are in a solar minimum, or grand solar minimum is coming. We're going to be heading for a grand solar minimum, so we're going to be heading for a grand solar minimum. That's true. I heard that ammo prices are down. Maybe a good time for people to stock up before election, as prices will go back up. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Do I know why France Air refueled landed in Norfolk earlier today? You're talking about a French aerial refueler or a French Air Force plane refueled and landed? I'm a little confused about your question. Yeah, we're about to reach a solar maximum, right? We're basically, mountains of Vermont are a good spot. Yeah, northern New England, upstate New York, those are good spots. Like Adirondacks, Vermont, northern New Hampshire, northern Maine. Those are good spots. The downside is the lack of freedom and the cost of living, and the property taxes makes it a little prohibitive to prep, and have land. But it's geographically it's a decent spot. It's isolated. It's very secluded. A lot of forested hill country, which is good for prepping because you have concealment and resources. The downside to northern New England, though, is that you're backed up against Canada. So if, let's say, you have a bug-out location in Vermont or in the Adirondacks in New York or northern Maine, if there was like a nuclear war or something happened, if, let's say, your town or your area gets overrun by refugees from the big cities, like from Boston or New York City, you have nowhere to go. You can't go further north because you're backed up against the Canadian border. So you're kind of stuck against a wall, so to speak. You don't have as much room to move. You can't really move around anywhere. You're kind of just stuck up there. So. But it is isolated enough, and especially in the winter time, it's hard to, going up to northern New England in the winter is just like a suicide mission, even with a proper vehicle, four-wheel drive. A lot of the roads, even now, when the grid is up, a lot of the roads up there, they're not treated. So when it snows, they just leave the snow, and it gets packed in and icy, and even main roads are dangerous when there's, a snow event. But imagine after the grid goes down, forget it. You're gonna need a snowmobile. That's the only way, Andrew Pickett, thank you for the donation. My source just said Putin is in an emergency meeting at the Kremlin. Yes, Seattle is a target. It's more so because of the Bangor Kitsap naval base there. That's where they store Trident missiles. And that's also where they have a lot of our nuclear-armed subs. So Bangor Kitsap is a big target. And potentially Seattle itself could be a counter-value target. If they go counter-value and they want to take out our cities and damage our economy, then yes, Seattle would be a good counter-value target, because there's a lot of technology there and stuff. But that's interesting about an emergency meeting. I'm going to check into that. Maine and New Hampshire have best plowing. Interesting. Is anywhere in Tennessee a target? Yeah, Tennessee, you have Oak Ridge. Oak Ridge is the biggest target in Tennessee. Other than that, there's really no other major targets in Tennessee beside Oak Ridge. Oak Ridge is the biggest target in Tennessee. So Oak Ridge, that's the nuclear laboratory. That's where they built the first atomic bomb, was in Oak Ridge. Western West Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, Southern Ohio, which is the best? I would say any of those are fine, as long as you're in the mountains somewhere. If you're like in Eastern Kentucky and you're in the hills, same thing, Southeast Ohio, if you're in the hills, as long as you're in the hills, you're fine. And any of those areas are basically the same. I would just make sure there's a lot of mining activity in that area. Just make sure you don't buy a house right on top of a mine. Do research on your area. Make sure that you don't have any contaminated aquifers, or that there's not some unstable ground in your area that could collapse or something like that. Old mine shafts that could collapse or whatever. And then try to also stay away from, obviously, any active mines. If there's any active coal mines, you want to stay away from that. If there's any active industry, I know a lot of areas in West Virginia, they have a lot of heavy industry places. You don't want to be near that. If there's some accident, you don't want to be near that. Callie says, I'm moving to Tennessee in a couple of months. A lot of people are moving to Tennessee. It's crazy. Tennessee is like super popular these days. What about Lima, Ohio? We have an oil plant and the Army tank plant. That would be more like a secondary target. Ohio, let me just see. Ohio. Trying to remember, what did I have for Ohio for nuclear war? Trying to recall. I have a lot of these targets listed on my website. Ohio, you're going to have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton. That's a target. Major Air Force Base. It's basically like the Area 51 of the East. And then you also have Piketon Uranium Enrichment Facility in Ohio. It's also known as the Portsmouth Facility, Piketon. That's a big target there. That's a uranium enrichment plant. It's also known as the Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant. That's in Pike County, Ohio. That's also a target. That was a uranium enrichment plant. Also, Paducah, Kentucky is a target. That's all the way on the western side of Kentucky on the Mississippi. Rapid City is not a target, but close to Rapid City you have Ellsworth Air Force Base. That's where the B-1s are. That's a target, but Rapid City's far enough away that you'd be pretty safe there. I have Norfolk Naval Base and Lake Anna Nuclear Power Plant in Virginia. Georgia, your biggest targets in Georgia, you're going to have Kings Bay, and then you're going to have Warner Robins. Warner Robins is like a big maintenance facility for a lot of different planes. And then you're also going to have Fort Benning and Fort Stewart. Kings Bay is going to be the biggest target in Georgia, though. Kings Bay is where you have, almost half of our nuclear-armed subs. Like 40% of our nuclear-armed subs are in Kings Bay, Georgia, which is closer to Florida. So that's a major target. That's probably the biggest target. Norfolk Naval Base is a target, yes. What's going on, Tammy Esparza? How's it going, Tammy? Good to see you. Any targets in Maine? It's all on my website. If you go to NYPrepper.com, it's all on my website. The biggest... Maine only has one target. It's Cutler, radio station Cutler. It's a VLF transmitter site for our nuclear-armed subs. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually... there's nothing really going on right now, so I'm going to open up Google Earth and we can look at these targets together. So let me do that. We can look at some stuff. Look at some stuff here on the map. I got the EAMs in the background, so if anything starts popping off, we can hear it. Okay. See, I'm just opening up some Russian bases here. We'll look at Russian bases too and NATO bases while we're at it. So yeah, let's just look at the US here. So yeah, Maine, you have Cutler. Right here, Cutler. Where's Cutler? It's like right over here somewhere. Yeah, right there. This is Cutler, Maine. This is where we have a VLF transmitter. So it's just think of like a giant, literally giant radio towers. And they broadcast to our nuclear armed submarines. So these are critical for nuclear war. You can see these tall towers here. And it's kind of like they have one central tower, and then they have like small wire, or not small, but they have wires that connect to these 6 towers around the central tower. So it's like a hexagon, makes like a hexagon shape, and that's like just a massive communication. It's for our nuclear subs, basically. So this is a target. But that's like all the way close to Canada. Okay, it's all the way like on the eastern part of Maine, like close to Canada, you know, near the Bay of Fundy or whatever. So what's going on, Oregon Preparedness? You joined in at the right time. We're talking about nuclear war, your favorite topic. If you guys never seen Oregon Preparedness, check him out. He's one of my friends. He's got a channel on YouTube, Oregon Preparedness. So yeah, apparently Putin is being rushed to the Kremlin for some reason. Not sure exactly why. We're still trying to figure that out. Putin was rushed to the Kremlin. Yeah, we're hearing confirmation now that the U.S. Air Force attacked a military facility in Syria, and it was in response to the attack on the U.S. Army base in Syria. So we have breaking news that the U.S. Air Force retaliated and striked some kind of military target in Syria. So that's just coming in right now. But the whole situation with Israel and Iran is just super weird. I don't know what to make of it, guys. I don't know. It's just very bizarre. Just checking for any updates here, if anything's going on. We have, so there's some information apparently that French troops are now in Odessa. And I can't confirm that, but there's big rumors floating around that French troops are in Odessa. I can't confirm that at this point, you know. It's possible. I know that they went to Romania, but whether they actually crossed over into Odessa, who knows. It's very possible, though. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, you know. I wouldn't doubt it. I just can't confirm it at this point. I can't confirm it 100% that French troops are in Odessa. It's hard to say. Yeah, and there's these protests ongoing right now in Yale and Columbia University. The pro-Hamas protesters, I guess, or pro-Palestine. I don't know. So, I'm not hearing anything about why Putin went to the Kremlin. I'm not hearing anything about why he would have went. But he was rushed to the Kremlin for some reason. You just see what you guys are saying in the chat here. Ellsworth base is in Box Elder. Yeah, it's in Box Elder, yes. Which is 4 miles from Rapid City. Oh, it's that close? I thought it was more like 10 or 20 miles. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so if you're like downtown Rapid City, then it's not the best place to be because of Ellsworth, because they would hit Ellsworth, you know. But if you're like further away from Rapid City in the outskirts somewhere, you'd probably be okay. I mean, in general, besides, you know, besides the Ellsworth base, there's not really many targets in South Dakota. So let's just look here at South Dakota. You see Rapid City here. Got the Black Hills. Yes, Ellsworth. Yeah, it is very close. But you know, if you're like if you're in the Black Hills somewhere, you're in a good spot. You know, the Black Hills are a great spot. You have a lot of isolation all around you, far from big cities. So yeah, Black Hills. I was actually considering moving there. Before I moved to PA, I was seriously gonna move to the Black Hills. I really loved it there. It's just all my family is here in the eastern US. So I didn't want to be isolated from them. But like the Black Hills area is an excellent spot. I mean, you have no big cities for, you know, thousands of miles. I mean, you're in the middle of nowhere there, you know, but there's a lot of resources. There's moisture there. It's not dry. Watch Lex Friedman. Yeah, I've seen the interview with Annie Jacobson. Yeah, she's good. I've done multiple videos on nuclear war survival. But yeah, I did see that interview with Annie Jacobson. She had good information. Yeah, she covered all the bases. Yeah, she's good. She did a lot of stuff about nuclear war. Yeah, she's good. Yeah, the Black Hills are very beautiful. I agree, Oleg. The Iran O-2 plane is landing in Pakistan. Okay. Yeah, so now we know that the Iranian president's plane went to Pakistan. Someone said that the U.S. is getting clobbered now with cyber threats. Apparently AT&T was down earlier. Someone said AT&T was down. So we were talking about Tennessee earlier. Yeah, Tennessee, you have Oak Ridge over here near Knoxville. Oak Ridge is going to be a big target. Other than that, you have Paducah, Kentucky. There's a nuclear facility in Paducah. Which, you know, if you're like in western Tennessee or like suburbs of Nashville, Paducah's not super far. If they hit that, you could get fallout from there. Targets in North Carolina. Yeah, I have all the targets on my website. North Carolina, you have Camp Lejeune, Fort Bragg, Cherry Point, and Sunny Point. Those are like 4 bases. Those are going to be your main targets in North Carolina. Camp Lejeune, Cherry Point, Marine Corps Air Station, Fort Bragg, that's the Special Forces, and Sunny Point Military Terminal. So those are going to be your main targets there in North Carolina. Let's look up Sunny Point. So you have Sunny Point over here near Wilmington. This is a target. Okay. Sunny Point. That's down here. You can see all these bunkers they have there. Look at all the bunkers here. Look at this. Or actually, looks like rail terminal. Yeah, bunkers right here. I think no, it looks like a staging area of some kind. So yeah, you got Sunny Point, and then you have Cherry Point. Let me look up Cherry Point. Get that on the map. Cherry Point. It's another target right there. Cherry Point. Not the commissary, but Cherry Point, the station Cherry Point, not the commissary. And then Camp Lejeune, obviously you guys know where that is. Camp Lejeune, if you don't know where that is. Camp Lejeune. Camp Lejeune. So this whole area here, you got, you know, all Marine Corps stations and naval stations and stuff here. So this area here is no good. And then you have Fort Bragg over here near Fayetteville. That's no good either. Other than that, the rest of the state is decent. You know, I would just stay away from Charlotte. Charlotte's a big city, and it's growing like a weed. So that's just getting bigger and bigger, lots of people. But western North Carolina is a decent spot. It's very isolated. There's a lot of woods there. So, yeah, western North Carolina is good. Tennessee, most of Tennessee is pretty good for SHTF. Too cold in the Dakotas. So far, the emergency action messages are quiet, so I'm not hearing any EAMs going crazy like Wednesday, so go to Asheville. Yeah, Asheville's not bad. What about Ohio? Ohio's a good area, like southeastern Ohio is going to be your best spot, eastern Ohio. California has a lot of bases. Safest spot in Florida. I have a whole map on my website. It has all the safest locations in America. Let me show you guys my website. So you go to my website here, Prepping References. And I have this map here. I kind of made best bug out locations. And I have like different nuclear war targets here, so you can see where the targets are. You have to check the actual article to know what the targets are, but the area shaded in red is the best area in the U.S., which is going to be the Intermountain West. So like eastern Oregon, eastern Washington, Idaho, western Montana, western Wyoming, parts of Nevada, Utah, western Colorado, northwestern New Mexico, northern Arizona. That's going to be your best bet in the whole country. This is your best area. Outside of that, you have some safe areas in the Black Hills and the Bighorn Mountains are good spots. The northern Great Lakes, like the UP of Michigan, northern Wisconsin, northern Michigan, northern Minnesota. The Ozark Mountains, the Cumberland Plateau in Tennessee and southern Kentucky, and then in Pennsylvania, the Allegheny Plateau, which is where I'm at. And those are going to be your second best areas. And then after that, your third best areas are going to be shaded in yellow. That's just my personal opinions. I could be wrong, obviously. I'm not any kind of, authority or anything. I'm just a prepper, and so I could be wrong about some of this, obviously, I don't claim to be I guess I'm an expert on prepping, but, nothing's set in stone, I guess you could say. Greetings from California. God bless Greg, Ricardo. Thank you, Ricardo. I appreciate the donation. Northwest PA is good, but Northwest PA, you want to be closer to the Allegheny Forest, the Allegheny National Forest. You don't want to get too close to Erie. But if you're furthest west I would want to be would be Oil City. That's the furthest west, Oil City or, trying to think where else, Portage, Oil City, that's kind of, let me see, or not Portage, what am I saying? I'm confused. I was thinking of Hermitage. Yeah, Oil City area, and, up to Warren, Youngsville, Titusville, Union City area. That's the furthest northwest in PA you'd want to go. There's a lot of other, there's a lot of other good areas. I'm just saying the best area, there's a lot of other good areas in PA and other states, but I'm just saying the best area, Let's see. Oh, wait. Looks like I didn't... did I share my screen on that? I'm sorry. It looks like I wasn't sharing my screen. Let me share my screen. Hold on. I wasn't sharing my screen. Sorry about that. One sec here. Sorry about that. So yeah, this is on my website, NYPrepper.com, so you can see everything here. Okay, red shaded is the best area. Orange shaded areas are second best. Yellow shaded areas are third best. So, this is on my website. You go to NYPrepper.com. And on the top, you click Prepping References, and I have all my information here. Free of charge. I don't charge people. You don't have to pay a monthly fee or anything like that. This is just free information. Do with it what you will, what you want. Best bug out locations here. So I have a full explanation in this article here. I wrote a whole explanation about everything. And I did a video on it too, so you can check the video out if you want to check that out, but What's going on, Paleo Greenbird? Thank you for the donation. Good to see you. Greetings from Maine. Thanks for all you do for us to keep us informed and educated. We're pretty safe here, but any recommendations or precautionary advice if things go sideways? Well, if you're in Maine, depending on where in Maine you are, just be aware that you have a lot of people just to your south. You have Boston Metro, you have like Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York City. So just be aware that if there's a big crisis, you may have a flood of people coming to your area. So you may want to do the best you can to conceal your property, have good protection, security, and concealment, for your property. And just be ready for a flood of people to potentially come in, depending on how close you are to like Boston or New York, which part of Maine, if you're like further down east Maine or whatever, like closer to New Hampshire area, like Portland, Maine area, then you're closer to Boston. You may have a flood of people coming in from there. Someone said, what about Syracuse? Syracuse, New York? Yeah, Syracuse, New York is not a bad area. Really, for New York, anywhere north of, anywhere like north of the Catskills is going to be a good spot, or even west of the Catskills. Give yourself a wide berth from New York City, because New York City has millions of people, So you want to be a good distance away from there. At least, 100 or 200 miles from New York City for sure. James Ryan says in PA, try to go to Amish communities. You may get lucky and they may take you in. Yeah, Amish people are pretty Christian, and they are Christian, but they're pretty like welcoming for the most part, especially if you can barter with them. Jimmy Rance says, Greg, did you see the movie Civil War? No, I didn't see that movie. I'll have to check it out. Is that on, where can I watch that movie? Is it on like Amazon Prime or Netflix or anything? Someone said booby traps. Yeah, you should put up some booby traps for sure. How about Kansas City? Yeah, give me one sec. Give me one sec here, guys. Yeah, we can look at Kansas City. Let me see here. So yeah, Kansas City. Let me just acquaint myself here with Kansas City. Yeah, Kansas City. It's not a bad area. Obviously, it's a city, but in general, it's not a bad area. You have to your north, you have Omaha, Nebraska, which is a major nuclear war target, and then to your east, you have also a major nuclear war target in Whiteman Air Force Base. But other than that, Kansas is not bad. It's kind of flat and open, so that's a little bit of a negative because might be harder to hide. You know, people could observe you from long distances if you have like a big open farm. People can see you and stuff, you know, but it's not. Kansas is a good area, yeah. There's not really a lot of population really in Kansas, you know. It's a low population state. So yeah, northern Michigan, the Upper Peninsula is a good spot. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan is a great spot. Thank you, Angela Dunn, for moderating. Rodney Middleton, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys moderating. Why do I have CFB North Bay listed as number 1? North Bay is a major bunker for NORAD. They used to use North Bay has a huge bunker for NORAD. The bunker is still there, so Civil War is in the theaters. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll have to check the theater out and see it. Yeah, you know, the map, even though some areas I don't have highlighted on my map, it doesn't mean those are like bad areas to be. The areas that are not highlighted are still decent areas. They're just not as good as the other areas that are highlighted. Okay? So So I'm just checking to see if there's any updates on the situation with Putin being rushed to the Kremlin. So far, no information on that. Wow, we have breaking news. Breaking news. Wow. So now we know. You guys remember on Wednesday night when the Iranian president's plane took off? And I was showing you guys Wednesday night when all the EAMs were going off. We got to make a name for that night. I think it's Culinary Night. You remember on Culinary Night when the Iranian president's plane took off from Tehran and it disappeared? Well, now we know why, because the New York Times is reporting that Israeli leaders discussed striking several military targets in Iran near the capital. Okay, so the Israelis were considering striking targets near the capital. So that's pretty crazy. Israel abandoned plans to launch a broader attack on Iran after pressure from America and allies. Wow. So now we know why Culinary was so busy, because Israel was going to do a large attack and they probably got pressured not to, and they backed out at the last minute, and that's probably why they were broadcasting all those messages Wednesday night. Maybe Wednesday night is the night that Israel was going to launch this huge attack, and then maybe at the last minute they called it off, and then instead the next day they did a smaller attack instead, you know? So it's pretty crazy, guys. So yeah, I was right. You know, I hate to brag, or I'm not trying to brag, but you know, a lot of people were saying that I was full of crap and I was lying and I was giving people heart attacks and stuff. But sure enough, I was right. I mean, something was happening, and I reported it in real time while it was happening, and I, got you guys the news. Now we know why. So it looks like they aborted a larger strike. It's pretty insane. Wow, so that's pretty crazy. Whoever smelt it, dealt it. That's funny. Culinary night. Yeah, culinary night. Devouring useless eaters. That's funny. Devouring useless eaters. That's a good one. That's a good one, Jimmy. Yeah, so it looks like they were gonna. Israel was gonna launch a big strike. And I guess they backed down at the last minute. That's what the New York Times is reporting. So something happened. Something happened there. Medford, Oregon. Yeah, Medford, Oregon is a good idea. Yeah, war is a racket. Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, war is a racket. War is a racket, for sure. Should look at some of the Russian ICBM bases here. Colorado Springs is actually not a really good spot simply because Colorado Springs has Cheyenne Mountain and NORAD, Peterson Air Force Base. So yeah, Colorado Springs unfortunately is not, simply because it's all the nuclear war targets there. Other than that, it's not a bad area because it's geographically isolated. It's far from big cities other than Denver, but Denver's not huge. Doug LaPierre says hi, all from North Bay. North Bay, Ontario. Looks like a beautiful area. And I see a lot of guys, I see a lot of people sent me emails about t-shirt ideas for culinary. That's going to be cool. Can't wait. I'm curious what they're going to say of my FOIA request about that. They're probably going to deny it because it's classified, but. And thank you guys for donating to my PayPal. I see a few people donated to my PayPal. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. I don't want to read the names off because it's private, but I see a few people donated. So I just want to say thank you. You know, Ohio has a lot of Bigfoot, actually. Ohio is actually a Bigfoot hotspot. Southeastern Ohio is like a massive...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Gainesville with a test count out.
Just had a test count. Oh yeah, I'd love to go fishing in Ontario. That would be awesome, Doug. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. Ontario's beautiful. I've always wanted to go to the Algonquin Park over there. Algonquin Park in Ontario. Looks like a really, really pretty place. Culinary mug. Sorry about that, guys. Looks like my mic was actually accidentally muted the whole time. So anyway, thank you for the donation, Janine. I appreciate the donation. Everyone's going to be bugging in, and all highways will be blocked by the National Guard, from what I understand. Anyone hearing this? Yeah, they'll probably block like the main cities. And Kara Spindler, do I have a video out there on Patriot Food Supplies I recommend showing what you actually get? Is it all freeze-dried, and how good are they? Yeah, my Patriot Supply food is good. I'm going to do some videos on it. A lot of their food is freeze-dried. They have different types of freeze-dried food. They have like 1 week supplies, 2 week supplies, 3 month supplies. They even have a 6 month supply. They have also like more specific types of food, you know, besides just like if you want to just get like meats or something, they have that too. So yeah, my Patriot Supply is good stuff. They have a good, generally speaking, they have good stuff. I wouldn't support them if I thought they had a bad product, because then it would reflect poorly on me. If I was pushing a product that was bad, I would never do that. I would feel bad doing that, you know. So yeah. How can I get Skymaster in Europe? In Europe, you can get Skymaster if you turn on go onto the website Kiwi SDR. That's a software-defined radio network, and just pick a radio station in America, and you can listen to what I'm listening to, you know. We have something coming in now. I'm not sure what that is. Some weird transmission there. Rush to the Kremlin. I hope Putin made it to potty time. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, Putin was rushed to the Kremlin. Let's just check the flight tracker here. See what's going on. See what's going on with the flight tracker. Interesting. Still have the Forte 10 over here flying near Crimea. Wow, it's actually looks like it's getting close to Crimea. That's interesting. Thank you, Rodney Middleton, for sharing my My Patriot Supply. I appreciate it, Rodney. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, let's just check some other areas here. Yeah, we still have this nuclear war command and control plane in the air. We'll see if anything happens with it, if it goes anywhere. E6 Mercury. Sherry Lee says, remember, Jesus wants us to love all. That's right. He does. does. You won't make it to heaven with hate in your heart. That's for sure. Yeah, look, we have a Russian Ministry for Emergency Situations plane just took off. Antonov 148 EM. That's interesting. Let me read about this plane. What is this for? It's some kind of VIP plane. It's interesting. Interesting. It's this plane right here, yeah. Looks like some kind of Russian VIP plane here. Interesting. Yeah, so I don't know where that's going, but that's not a good sign. It's too quiet right now. It's very weird. It's too quiet. I don't know. With everything that's gone on in the last week, it's just really strange. What's going on, Juliana Rose? How's it going, Juliana? Maybe we'll look at some Russian ICBM bases together. What do you think? Look at some Russian ICBM bases. Let's do that. We can acquaint ourselves with the enemy. See, they have these garages for all their where is that one? Yashkar Olah is one of the big ones. Where's that thing? Yashkar Olah. Oh, you have Kozvinsky Kameny, which is the that's one of the doomsday bunkers for Russia. Kozvinsky Kameny. It's literally means Kozvinsky Rock. It's one of the big doomsday bunkers in Russia. It's like their Cheyenne Mountain. This is where Perimeter is located. Perimeter is the Russian dead hand system, which is like the auto firing system. It's right under this huge mountain here. This mountain's 5,000 feet roughly. Let's see if you could see the tunnel entrances anywhere. This looks like a tunnel entrance right here. Yeah, it looks like a tunnel entrance there. This is Kozvinsky Kameny. This is where Perimeter is located at. Command and control of the 123rd Strategic Missile Forces. And then you have you also have the what's it called, Mount Yamantu, which is further south. They have a lot of chemical and biological facilities in Russia too. They have all those closed cities. A lot of weird shit goes on in those closed cities. Trying to find the one of these missile bases that Russia has. I just can't remember where it was. It's Irkutsk. There's a ICBM base in Irkutsk. Where is that? Oh, check this out. Putin's bunker in Altai. This is one of Putin's bunkers in Altai. The Altai Mountains. This is apparently one of Putin's bunkers right here. Look, check it out. Right on the river. Wow. Can't get a street view in there. You can see a little fence here. You can see like helipads here. You see that? Helicopter pads. There's helicopter pads right here. Check it out. And there's Putin's mansion there on the river here in the Altai Mountains. It's a very secluded area. Interesting. You can see this looks like he has his own electricity for his compound here. Looks like a little substation there. Looks like potentially he has his own wastewater treatment for it. Looks like a little septic system there. There's some kind of buildings here. Interesting. One of Putin's bunkers in the Altai Mountains. It's pretty interesting. I know all of Putin's hiding places. That's funny. I heard Parmalat is a good prep with good shelf life. Yeah, Parmalat is probably pretty good, yeah. What towns are close to that Russian site? Can you respond to me? I have a question with what you found best for a female to handle. As far as firearms go, for a woman, firearms, for like a rifle or pistol, I would say for a pistol, I would get like a good quality 9mm, simply because the recoil is low. You get high capacity, it's cheap, so you can practice with it very easily. It's not going to have a lot of punch, but it'll get the job done for most situations. I would go with a 9mm, good quality 9mm. And for a rifle, I would go with just a 5.56 AR-15. In most situations, that'll be good enough. You know, if you need more firepower, then you could also step up to like some other cartridges, but then the recoil might be too much for you to handle, and you may develop a flinch, and then you won't shoot good, you know. So that would be my recommendation. And both of those are cheap and readily available. So let me just check the flight tracker. Let's see what's going on with the flights here. Let's see. Might have some planes popping up now in Europe. Look what we got over here in South Korea. We got a RC-135 rivet joint. Flying along the border of North Korea. They've been flying these rivet joints here a lot lately. Forte 10 is going close to Russian airspace, and now it's not on the map. Yeah, I noticed it was going close. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know what to make of that. Sometimes that could be a glitch with the flight tracker. See, sometimes when you see like those weird flight paths, what you do is you just click on the plane, turn the plane on, turn it off, and then turn it back on, let it refresh, because a lot of times that's just a glitch with the flight tracker. So now seems to be, it's still flying pretty close to Crimea here, still pretty close, but in that situation you just refresh, you know. Yeah, it's 1:15 a.m. here in the east. So my oldest son has a Punisher Edition 50 cal, and it about dislocated my shoulder the first time I shot it. Kara Spindler says I have to sleep. Work comes early here. Good night, Kara Spindler. Thanks for tuning in. What's my thoughts on the red heifer sacrifice? I think it could be the fulfillment of Bible prophecy and potentially the third temple being rebuilt soon. Meaning that we're getting further into the end times. It means we're getting further into the end times is what it means. We're getting closer to tribulation, and you know, we're getting deeper into it, you know. Will you show us the map on the lower left? Yeah, that map is available on my website for free. You can go on that map for free. I don't charge anything. It's my best bug out locations in America, and it has an explanation of everything. Has all the main targets, everything. I spent a lot of time on that. Wanted to show you guys some of the Russian nuclear bases. I'll show you some of the Russian nuclear bases. One of the big ones is Yashkar-Ola. Yashkar-Ola is one of the big missile bases here. It's not too far from Moscow. It's kind of like Western Russia. Yashkar-Ola. Just show you guys what some of these missile bases look like so you can visualize better what our enemy's going to do when nuclear war happens. So like here, for example, let me just expand it a little. So this is the one of the missile regiments. You see these green buildings here. Each one of these green buildings has a Russian transporter erector launcher. These are garages. These are garages for transporter erector launchers. So they have these giant trucks in here. Okay, giant trucks with like 16 wheels. And that's where they have the missiles on top of the truck. And so these trucks would then leave this base here, and they would drive out anywhere into the countryside here, and they would just need a small open area they can pull out, pull over somewhere and launch the missile basically. And those missiles looks like they have it. Looks like they're expanding this one. They're building another. You see here they already have new garages here. You see one here that they're building, so they're building more garages. So they're building more of these transporter, or that means that they're increasing the size of their transporter erector launcher fleet or whatever. You can see the foundation here on this one. They poured the foundation on that one. Here's one garage that's already finished. Here's another foundation for another garage that they're working on. Here's another foundation for another garage. Here's another foundation. So Russia's busy. They're expanding this Yashkar-Ola base. They're building more garages for more launchers. And here's the one of the other ones that we were just looking at. So in a nuclear war or in a time of crisis, these garages, they have those trucks. They would just leave the garage, and they would leave this base on the road here. And then from there, they can pretty much go anywhere. Actually, wow, we could get... I think we can get street view here. Look. Can we get street view? No, I guess not. I thought you could. Let me see. And what's interesting is, look, they make all the employees park on the main road, you see? They all park on the main road, and then I don't know how they get into the base. Maybe they have a shuttle, and they shuttle themselves into the base, but it looks like they don't actually... They all park out here. There's the main road, and then... Yeah, there's no street view there. I thought you can get street view. It showed like you can get street view. So they park out there, and then looks like there's this wall here. It's like a fortified wall. In case anybody tries to force their way in, they have this big wall here. And then here you have all these buildings. Wow. helicopter pad there. Yeah, this is if we go to nuclear war with Russia, they would you know, you can see they have these tarps here outside of these garages. That's interesting. I wonder if they're working on these garages and they have everything tarped. They have their they actually have them under tarps now, it looks like. You see that? Maybe they're doing renovation and they pulled the trucks out and they covered them with tarps so we couldn't see. But you know, this is what, you know, in a nuclear war, this is one of these bases would get activated, and they would, these trucks that are in these bases here are meant to hit our cities. These are the city killers. That's what these trucks are for. They're for the city killers. They're a last resort weapon for Russia because we won't be able to find them in the forests here. I mean, they could pull out anywhere here on any little tiny road and they just erect the missile and launch it, you know. So that's really scary. Kataib Hezbollah is one of the elite Iraqi armed forces closest to Iran. Interesting. So yeah, we have some interesting news coming in from Sweden, though. In Sweden, there's some kind of a outage, major problems with network, mobile networks. Telia's mobile network had major problems for a couple of hours on the night of Monday. Calls were not connecting as they should. So some kind of mobile device company in Sweden called Telia was having issues. Problems started shortly before 2 a.m. on Monday and continued for a couple of hours. So it sounds like some kind of a hack. Some kind of a hack in Sweden. Let's see if we can go to one of the other bases here. What is that base called? The Russian one. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 sec here. Just want to check out something. Federation of Atomic Scientists posted an update on their. They put out a new Russian nuclear weapons publication for 2024. Maybe we could do a separate stream on that and read about that. They put out a new update last month on their nuclear weapons. I want to look at some bases with you guys. Domborovsky is another one. Is a big one. Uzur is another one. Let me see. I want to show you guys the one that have the city killers. I think that's going to be at Takeovo. Takeovo. Let's go there. Going to be the 54th Guards Missile Division. 54th Guards Missile Division. I think that's it. Wow, there's a bunch here. 321st. Yeah, so this one right here, 321st Missile Regiment. This one right here is another, they have more of those garages. I think these are the garages right here. These green garages, this is where they have the city killers. That's where they have the giant 1 megaton warheads on the Topol's singular warhead. That's an old missiles from the 70s. Singular warhead. These are for the cities. They hit the cities with these. It's another base for the city killers. They have some more garages right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 garages here. 9. They have a lot of perimeter security here. Looks like a double fence with some potentially intrusion detection systems, I'm sure. Oh, Amir, somebody mentioned Amir. Yeah, Amir Sarfati. Amir Sarfati, he has good info. He's a good guy. Amir Sarfati. He's got a huge channel. Where's the cyber attack? Carrie Edwards, thank you for the donation. Thanks for your hard work, Greg. We really appreciate it. No problem, Carrie. Thank you for watching and thank you for donating. I hope you're having a good weekend. Well, it's almost over now, but still, it's the end of the weekend. Let's see, where else can I go? I want to look at the... so there's just some examples here. I want to look at Murmansk, where Russia has their nuclear-armed subs. Let's check that out. Let's see, where do they have their nuclear subs? It's in Murmansk. I just want to get specific coordinates here. One sec. Where is that? Oh, you know what we can look at? We can look at the Sarmat. The Sarmat. Look at the Sarmat bases for the RS-28 Sarmats. Could look at that too. That's their those monster missiles that they're building. Could look at that too. Let's see. I want to look at the submarine base here. Where is that? So this is where their Yagelnaya is where they have the where they have a bunch of their nuclear subs here. Where's that thing? Look at all these bases here. It's insane. Wow. is that thing? So sorry if am I boring you guys with this stuff? That's probably pretty boring. I'm probably going to start winding down soon because it's almost 2 a.m. here. Can I please check the planes over the U.S.? Yes, can do that. Can definitely do that. So far, I'm not getting any updates on anything. So far, it's quiet. Look, we have one of those KC-135s starting to make their way over the pond here, over the UK. Tarina says it's not boring. Okay. I think it's good. Okay. Where's the safest place in Oklahoma? Oklahoma. You're going to want to be anywhere away from Oklahoma City because that's where Tinker Air Force Base is, and there's a nuclear war target there. So anywhere away from Oklahoma City. I would probably go to eastern Oklahoma, closer to the Ozarks. That's probably going to be your better option. Oh, the radio squawking is annoying. I'm sorry. I can change that. I just got to increase the squelch. Okay, that should disappear now. Sorry about that. All right, good night, Mr. Quattro. Yeah, I was thinking of setting up my own high-frequency station. Maybe I'll do that at some point. Where the hell is that? Yeah, Northern Fleet. So here we go. I found the Northern Fleet, so there we go. This is the Russian Northern Fleet. This is a very, very important base. One of the most important bases in Russia. This is where they have their nuclear armed subs. Most of their nuclear armed subs. They have them here. And they also have them in Kamchatka at the Rybachi. This is in Yagelnaya, and then there's Rybachi. You can see all these ships here, anti-submarine ships and stuff. But this base is huge. Trying to find where they keep the subs. Trying to find the subs. I think right here maybe. A bunch of subs right here. Look, a bunch of subs here, but I don't know if these are the look at this one. Wow. They almost look like animation or something. That's weird. Yeah, this whole area is just full of Russian subs. It's just full of them. Cigar Prepper says, I have been wanting to do this, looking at stuff in Russia. Okay. Bella says, in South Carolina would be away from nuclear power plants and the military bases. Anything over the States? A YouTuber says there's a source that says Israel was going to EMP nuke Iran but backed out. Yeah, we know that they backed out at the last minute. I have no confirmation 100% that they were going to EMP them. But we do have information coming from the New York Times that apparently Israel was going to launch a much more substantial strike on Iran, and then they backed down under pressure from, I almost said Obama, from Biden. And they also, they they were going to strike targets in Tehran. So that explains why we saw, you guys remember the Iranian president's plane? You remember that? Well, now we know why his plane was taking off that night, because he was probably afraid that they were going to bomb him. So Obama's probably running the show behind the scenes. Probably. Yeah, probably. Let's just check some headlines here. Greece and Spain are under pressure by NATO to provide Ukraine with air defenses. Interesting. So maybe I'll look at one or two more bases here in Russia. We could do this more throughout the week. We can do more looks at Russian bases. There's so much to look at. I mean, it's huge. We could also look at U.S. bases too. Let's check out some of these nuclear storage sites. Let's see, where's like some of these storage sites here. Saratov 63. Those closed cities are really interesting. So look how they have these nuclear weapon storage sites. You don't even know it's just like in the middle of a field. You wouldn't even know it's there. It's just there's like a fence and then some bunkers here. Looks like a double fence here. Double fence or something, and then they have these bunkers. Reminds me of James Bond video game, GoldenEye, the bunker mission, where you go underground in the bunker in Siberia with the where the GoldenEye satellite is, where they're gonna the control room and everything for the bunker or whatever it is. But yeah, this is some kind of a nuclear weapons storage site. Look at these bunkers here. My guess is this little building is the bunker entrance, and it has its own fencing. You see that? So this whole area is fenced in. The whole area is fenced in. You can see the big fencing on the outside. And then each individual bunker for the weapons has its own fence as well. So you got to get through that fence too. And then looks like the entrance is here somewhere. It's pretty crazy. Some kind of little town at the outskirts of this There's a checkpoint here. Look at that checkpoint. It's like a border crossing. It's like a border crossing. It's crazy. They take their nuclear weapons seriously over there. Let's see, what other sites do we have? See here, we'll look at maybe one more site and then I'm gonna wind it down. Thank you, Lady Linda. You have a good night as well. What's on the bottom of the screen? I'm not sure what you mean by the bottom. Which part? The bottom left, bottom right? Maybe add land owned by foreign countries that could be targets. Yeah, that's possible. Anywhere I can bug in my area. Where do you live? What about Cincinnati? Cincinnati's not bad. Kinkoi, have a good night, Kinkoi. Thank you for staying up so late. I appreciate it. Fairchild, Fairfield Air Force Base or Fairchild? Fairfield or Fairchild, I'm not sure what you mean. We got one of those KC-135s coming across the ocean into Europe. The ones that took off earlier, there's one coming over. We still have Forte 10 over here, look. Greg, do you think you went just a little... If Russia loses the war, you think they'll go nuclear and involve China? Yeah, I think potentially China could get involved. China doesn't want to go to nuclear war, you know, so that I don't think China would get involved necessarily. China doesn't really like war, you know, but it's possible they could get involved. Anything's possible for sure. Let me see here. Look at this, chemical weapons facilities. They have so many of these chemical weapons facilities. It's insane. Nuclear warhead assembly plant. That's just insane. Look, nuclear warhead assembly. Wow. Nuclear warhead assembly here. Lompoc, California. I'm not sure. Long Island is not a good spot. Long Island is probably one of the worst spots to be on during a SHTF situation because it's you have no way of getting off of Long Island unless you have a boat. If you have a boat, then you're okay, but then still you got to take a boat and then you got to cross the Long Island Sound and then maybe go through Connecticut, which is still pretty populated. You got to go through Connecticut and make your way north. So now Long Island, unfortunately, I like Long Island, but it's one of the worst places to be if there's a nuclear war or some kind of catastrophe. SHTF, Long Island's one of the worst places to be in the whole country. California is not a bad spot. Northern California is going to be your best spot. Northern California. Southern California, you have a lot of military bases there. So that area is going to get hit hard. You have Edwards. You have Lawrence Livermore. You have the naval base in San Diego. There's also Beale. Beale has a long-range radar. You have also Travis Air Force Base. That's another target. So lots of targets in California. So we definitely have to stay away from Southern California. Even Central California is no good. You want to stay away from that area. So Tennessee Valley here, I'm banking on them not hitting the nuclear plants. Yeah, that would be bad if they hit the nuclear plants. They probably won't, but it's possible. Weewick says I'm in Georgia. Georgia, the biggest targets in Georgia, you got Fort Benning, Fort Stewart, Warner Robins, and Kings Bay is going to really be your biggest target. Is going to be Kings Bay. Do I have the live feed of the mosque in Jerusalem? No, I don't have the live feed of that. I don't even know. I think they shut it down, but I'll see if I can get a live feed of it for the next stream. Tennessee dams. I don't think Russia would hit the Tennessee dams. No. Russia doesn't really, to them, Tennessee is like they probably don't know much about Tennessee, I don't think they would hit the dams in Tennessee, no. Rob Dinsmore says, what's the dog's name? Oh, that's from Terminator 2. Terminator 2 is such a classic movie. I love Terminator movies. They're so good. I recently watched the entire Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen the Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles. I highly recommend it. It's so good. If you like Terminator or science fiction, but I really think we're going towards a Terminator event. I think AI is going to end up potentially being a bigger threat than nuclear weapons, because they already want to plug AI into our defense. They want AI to take over defense, and that's exactly what happens in Terminator. Is they have the AI take over America's nuclear forces, and then the AI launches missiles at Russia to purposely cause a nuclear war. And that could easily happen, that's something that could easily happen, I think, if they put AI in control of our military partially or totally, that's what they want to do. They want AI in our military to be able, it might already be in our military. For all we know, it probably is. If AI is available to the common idiot on the street like us, I'm just joking. I'm not saying you're an idiot or I'm an idiot, but you know what I mean? Just the average Joe, we have access to AI. Imagine what the military has. They've probably had AI for decades, and they probably have real life Terminators in Area 51 that they're getting ready to release on the population, Greg, would everyone be affected by the fallout in America, or what's the best place to avoid it? Yeah, fallout in America, the worst place is going to be the Midwest. Let me see if I can go over here to the U.S. So the worst place for fallout, generally speaking, the Dakotas, North, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, Wisconsin, Illinois. Those areas are probably going to have the biggest fallout, simply because of the missile fields. So we have one missile field here in this part right here of the country. Around near Cheyenne, Wyoming, there's a big missile field there. There's a big missile field in Great Falls, Montana. And then there's a big missile field in Minot, North Dakota. So depending on the time of the year, that's a massive amount of fallout that will be generated, because what happens is each one of these missile fields, there's 150 silos in each missile field. Okay, each one of those silos, we have a total of 450 silos. 400 of them are officially filled with nukes. 50 of them are kept on standby. But either way, we have 450 silos. Each silo has to be hit twice to ensure destruction. So that means Russia has to commit at least 900 warheads just to destroy our silos. Okay, 900 warheads, guys. Each one of those warheads is going to be at least probably 5 times as powerful as the Hiroshima bomb. And so 900 of those exploding in North Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming. Okay, so think about, and all of those are going to be detonated right at ground level. Okay, they have to commit 2 for each silo to account for the possibility of any inaccuracy of the missile. If it misses a little bit, if it's off, then they have a second one. So, you're looking at 900 warheads going off in this area. And if you have a wind coming from the northwest and it's blowing down into the U.S., it's going to blow all the fallout into the Dakotas, into Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and parts of Minnesota, even Illinois, Wisconsin area. Wisconsin not so bad, Illinois not so bad, but definitely Iowa, Nebraska, North, South Dakota, parts of Minnesota, parts of like eastern Montana. Those are going to be some bad areas to be. Kansas, Missouri, they're going to get a lot of fallout here. Basically like the northern plains, the central plains area is going to be really the worst place to be. Other than that, you have the DC area. The DC area, obviously, because it's a capital, but not just because it's the capital. You have so many military bases around DC. You have like just dozens of targets here. You have like up in Frederick, Maryland, you have Fort Detrick, which is a big chemical weapons facility that would be hit. You have Fort Meade. You have Joint Base Andrews. You have, a little further down, you have Quantico. You have Norfolk Naval Base to the south. Then up here on the PA border, you have Raven Rock. You have Mount Weather. I'm sure I'm probably forgetting some things. You have all the intelligence agencies here, the CIA headquarters. You have the ODNI here and NSA and stuff. So lots of targets in this area. So DC area is no good. Very bad area to be. Lots of fallout, lots of warheads going off. So really those will be your worst areas to be for fallout, But other than that, the fallout generally is going to be kind of, depending on, every state is different. Some states have more targets, some states have less, but it's going to be pretty evenly spread around the rest of the country. And and it really is going to depend on how close you are to a target and what are the winds, what are the prevailing winds during the time that the warheads are detonated. You know, that's critical. When is you know, what are the winds when the warheads are detonated? You're going to want to know, okay, you know, is it from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west? That can make a huge difference, you know. But yeah, northern plains, central plains, parts of the Midwest are probably going to be the worst for fallout. Well, not probably, definitely. California is another one that's going to have a lot of fallout because you got so many bases in California. California, for being such a blue state full of hippies, is actually very heavily militarized. I mean, we have lots of military bases, very important military bases in California, believe it or not. We have dozens of them, you know. So that's Southern California, Central California. There's going to be a lot of hits here, a lot of warheads going off. Do I think missile fields in other states other than the ones we know about? Yeah, Russia, they could potentially hit some of the old missile fields like in Missouri, and there was one in South Dakota. They could hit the ones in Missouri and South Dakota as well if they want to really be, you know, on the super safe side and make sure they destroy every single, you know, silo. But I don't think they're going to do that because then they would commit so many of their missiles to those areas. They are potentially targets, yes. And that's why I said the Midwest, Central Plains is not good. So, yeah, White Sands. S. Patrick says, God gave us amazing capabilities. You'd be surprised how much you can survive with basic skills. Right. With basic skills, you can really, you know, basic skills and decent physical health, you can get you can get far, for sure. So anyway, guys, I think I'm going to wind it down. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning, and tomorrow's another day, so I think I'm going to wind it down, and I'll be back tomorrow with more updates. Estimated that there are 10,000 deep underground military bases at 50,000 population each. Interesting. I didn't even know that. Kirk Stokes, no problem, Kirk Stokes. Thank you guys for tuning in. It was fun to hang out and give you the news and then hang out a little bit after. I kind of enjoy that. Rob Dinsmore says, this will sound weird, but when Carson, Leno, and Letterman were on, we had late night. Now we have NYPrepper. That's funny, yeah. I'm like your late night talk show host. Yeah, maybe I'll do more of these. What do you guys think? Maybe I'll do some more. I'll probably do a couple more this week. Please say a prayer before leaving. We need them now more than ever. Sure, I'll say a prayer. Good night, Annie. Captain Charisma says no pierogies for Putin. Greg must be exhausted. I just woke up after a few hours of sleep. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. It's been a crazy week. You guys are saying yes. The Greg News Network. That's funny. Yeah, no problem. No problem, guys. Yeah, I enjoy it. Thank you guys for watching. Yes, please, live is nice. Good night. It's always fun to have a discussion, especially like more relaxed discussions like this. It's always exciting. to interact with you guys. So yeah, maybe I'll finish up with a little prayer. Thank you, Jimmy Rance. Good to see you. And I'm definitely going to do that Freedom of Information request about what happened on Wednesday with those EAMs. So I'll let you guys know what the military says. It's going to be interesting. Steve says my audience is growing. Culinary 2024. So I'm going to just say a quick prayer. Dear God, please watch over all the people here in the chat. Please keep them safe, keep their families safe, keep them healthy. And thank you, God, for all the blessings in our lives. Thank you, God, for giving us this amazing country that we live in. Thank you for allowing us to live peacefully here in America. We don't have any wars or famine. Thank you, God, very much. Amen. So that's pretty much it, guys. I'll be back tomorrow. And until then, take care. God bless. And don't forget the 3 Ps. Prepare, practice, and persevere.